hello. Happy Monday. Not so happy, but we're all together, so it's not so bad either. Welcome to the People's Receipts, episode 45. Tap the screen. I'm just making sure we are live on Twitch and YouTube. Give me 1 second. Tap, tap, tap. Do we have a show today, man? I guess we'll never have a boring day. In the longest 4 years of our lives, there will never, ever be a boring day. There will be constant hits of dopamine, whether it is joy or terror. There we go. Okay, give me 1 second to get us live on Twitch and YouTube. Good noon, Felice. That's funny because I agree. I always, I need to pin my goal. Sorry, I know. I'm not going to get distracted. I'm going to do all the things everyone has to tell me to do every 5 seconds. Give me a second. Let's be honest. Hi, welcome. Let's be honest. Thanks for being on YouTube. I just need to do a few more things before I get distracted by all your guys' interesting comments. Don't distract me. My ADHD is out of control today. It's one of those days. Okay, I think we're live on Twitch, live on YouTube. Welcome, welcome, welcome. And hi, friends. Exactly. Hello, Lahua. Welcome. My favorite Hawaiian is here on YouTube. All is well in the world. Happy Monday. As happy as any Monday can be. I have some good stuff. I don't know. Like, I get excited about this show. I don't know. It helps keep me sane. So whilst the news is not great, it's still, I try to find things. I'm also Hawaiian. Okay, too Hawaiian. Sorry. Lahu is on YouTube and she always has the best comments. And just, I'm not doubting that anyone else could be a Pacific Islander here. I just don't know about it. So noted, politically painful. We have two Hawaiians. But yeah, and again, there could be more. I'm not saying it's not. I just don't know. Let me make sure I have my outline up. Where did my email go? I feel like I need to read off. When I was debating on Friday night, man, we were live until like midnight, and I feel like someone sent me a vent before the end of the night, and I didn't read it off, or I didn't notice it, so I'm trying to remember to. Oh yes, Christina Owens, who is probably, I don't know if she's here or not, but I just want to say thank you for the $5, Christina, at the end of the night. It was probably like midnight or 11 something Mountain Standard Time anyways. You two are a power team. I know. Debating with Pickles is fun. We had a really good time. And then a really good time, like, chatting with subscribers and stuff. And it's always fascinating to talk to people that watch lives, because that's when I realize, like, by being like intelligent and putting out like intelligent information, like I attract, like, that's the coolest thing about TikTok to me is like anybody that wants to watch me spew like high level, like research information happens to usually be also extremely intelligent themselves. And it is such a pleasure to get to speak to people that watch my lives, watch Pickles' lives, and just realize, man, what an amazing crew of people who are so talented, so interesting. Like, I met this policy writer from Colorado on Friday. God, just so cool. So many cool people. Thank you for all the people who chatted and who I friended. It was super cool to meet you all. Oh, and Catherine, thank you so much for the $10 on Cash App. You provide us happiness during these hard times, and right back at you. You're amazing. You're welcome. $100 billion chip deal made. Manufacturing is going to be in Arizona. Shuck it. I know. Shuck it. Are you now making chip deals I don't know about, or you're just talking about Biden's chip deal that was already made that Trump is now trying to take credit for? I know. I feel like you're talking about the chip manufacturing plants we've already been constructing for years, the ones that Trump is now trying to pretend he has something to do with. I still don't know why you come here, Shuck It. I do think I know. It's because you love me secretly. One of these days, I'm convinced you're going to learn something. But yeah, I really hope Trump doesn't do something to F up all the chip deals and the chip plants that are being constructed in Arizona, because he has said publicly that he was going to cancel them. So I'm glad to see that we're still on track with that, because there are people very terrified. Monstrous, thank you for the 100 bits on Twitch. I'm fascinated by bits. Again, that's like the currency on Twitch, which I still don't know much about. I'm still learning about, but I love it. Like, I just love Twitch bits. No love, just entertainment. Fair enough. Fair enough. Touche. I don't believe you, but touche. I hear you. I read what you say. I don't believe you. I feel like if you weren't married, you would try to marry me. It's fine though. You don't have to admit it. Nobody takes this much abuse for someone from someone they don't secretly love and keep coming back for more. You probably were raised in an authoritarian household like me, so you secretly are attracted to people that give you a hard time. It's okay, Shuck It. I won't tell anyone. Thank you for saying I look good today. Yes, I showered. Actually, I think it's the sun I'm getting. The sun was out in Phoenix, and now it is like some crazy cold front is moving through the Rocky Mountains. There's like a windstorm. I don't know what is going on. It is completely out of control. The wind is blowing like 30 miles an hour where I live in Phoenix. And Phoenix, we call it the Valley of the Sun because it is surrounded by mountains. So for like, the East Valley, it's easy for wind to move in, but not where I live. So I don't know what climate crisis is real, people. There is Usually we don't have these like type of dust windstorms until the summer. They call them haboobs. If you don't know, like that's the Middle Eastern name for these walls of dust that wind pushes through, and there's like zero visibility. We never had them in Arizona when I was a child. We have them now. They usually only happen during monsoon season. It's a lack of moisture. What usually was those dust was pushed down by rain. Now we have no moisture. Well, for some reason, now they're happening in the middle of winter. It's getting super. Climate crisis is getting super scary. Oh, you miss Arizona? Well, we're all going to miss it when all 7 million of us, or however many, I think that's just the greater Phoenix area, when we're all climate refugees soon because there's no water. You guys hate people coming from the southern border? Well, we'll all just be migrating from Arizona to your states. It's going to be great. Keep tapping the screen, tap, tap, tap. Let's get to 50K. I feel good about today. We can get to 700K. We've been doing so good. It's super weird in AZ. I'm convinced it's the end of the world. Like the weather is scaring me. I've been meeting so many of my neighbors. I run 10 miles a day. I run like around downtown Phoenix and central Phoenix. And I've been meeting so many of my neighbors, and I'm so scared. I'm supposed to like go look at this guy's remodel today. I don't know why. He's just like, I'm remodeling for my wife. And he's like, with my son. I think he probably wants to hook me up with his son, maybe. But like, what I'm terrified is every time I meet one of my neighbors, you think everyone's nice, and then you meet them, and then all of a sudden you see that they have like Trump stickers up. There's this guy that lives like 3 houses down from me, and he had all of these no more blue, no matter who, like proud veteran signs up. They're gone. And I almost want to just knock on his door and be like, "Oh, have you been reading the news? Like, are you getting it now? Trump doesn't like veterans." Like, I mean, huge signs that are like, "I'm a proud veteran. No more blue, no matter who." Hey, Chris, thank you so much. So glad, fun hanging out with you. And then all of a sudden, those signs are gone, and I'm like, "Oh, maybe he was recently fired, or." His benefits have been taken away. I almost want to like go and try to interview him, but I think he's seen me walking around with enough like Kamala hats, like hotties for Harris hats and stuff, that I don't think it's going to be a friendly interaction. So, but like the guy's house, he was like, "Come look at my remodel I'm doing for my wife, like, because she's sick." It's like an older gentleman, and he lives next door. So I'm gonna be like, "Do you know this guy?" I'm slowly going to indoctrinate everyone in my neighborhood. The more they all, I think they're starting to love me. Truly, the more you run around, the more nice people are to you in your neighborhood. Don't give any mag that much credit. No, well, he took his public harassment signs down of Kamala, of Joe Biden, of no more blue, no matter who. He had stickers on the back of his Jeeps, and they are all suddenly gone. It was like proud veterans for Trump, all gone. Like, I mean, you would have to scratch those off. You would have to get like a razor blade and get those off. So I'm just saying. That's hard to do all of a sudden over a weekend. I run every day by this house and like monitor it because it annoys me so much. All gone. But I just want to be like, "What happened to all your signage? You weirdo. Did Trump take your benefits away? You're realizing your retirement's gone? Like, what's happening?" I will, but he's very angry. He has no trespassing signs up, cops. Like, this is not a friendly person. Like, like who knows? Like, what could happen if I knock on his door? But I'm just saying, those signs are gone, and they've been annoying me daily. So I will keep monitoring the situation and keep you guys updated. We have so many interesting things to go through today. I'm excited. Hi, Fish Bastion. Hi, Seabass. Another interesting person I talked to on Friday. See, what a great day. If you didn't know, like we did a live on Friday, and then we all migrated over to Pickles Lives, and we debated some people, and then we talked and met some subscribers of Pickles, and it was such a good time. I was talking about you earlier. I met so many interesting people on Friday, and it gave me so much hope. See, Fish Bastion. If you guys don't know, I like that because like when I was a teacher, when I was a second grade teacher, one of my favorite students ever, he was adopted from China. Sea bass. So I just and like his mom was like, "Will you stop calling him that?" And then he's like, "No, I want to be called that." I just love I love the name Sebastian. I also think that comes from like, like Chuck Bass from Gossip Girl. If you know, you know. Like if you know, you know. If you've watched Gossip Girl, you know. Like Chuck Bass, another great bass. Anyways, hold on. I'm just tying the back of my dress. It is. Sebastian's the best name, and it goes for so many things. Hey, Ari. Welcome, welcome. Keep tapping the screen, guys. Let's get to 50K as fast as possible. Oh, hold on. I need to pull up Twitch again. I was looking at my bits thing. Thank you so much for the Twitch bits. That's amazing, monstrous. Welcome, welcome, YouTube. Okay, so tap the screen. I was going to say, let's get to 350 subscriptions on TikTok today. I'm trying to build back up. We have so many fun things to talk about. We're about to go on a roller coaster of emotions together. I just have to show you the funniest. I never showed you guys clips of this because it just annoys the absolute. This is just another example of Trump saying that, Black people, disabled people, like need to be fired because they were only hired because of DEI, when we know only the most qualified, the most amazing, right, minorities even get a chance to be hired anywhere. And we know this through statistical analysis. Like, these were the most qualified people. He's firing 4-star generals and then saying they weren't qualified because of DEI. Meanwhile, he's hired, like, who are the people in Trump's cabinet? I was reading something. How many is it? It's insane how many people Trump has hired that used to work for Fox News. I can't remember the exact number, so I don't want to say. I feel like it's over 10 and under 20 though. Like, These are just Fox News rejects, basically. We have old, washed up reality TV stars. You don't have to be good at your job. Trump just needs to think you would look good impersonating a person that could do your job, right? Because that's what Trump's doing too. He's
You know that paper
playing
is more
the
sophisticated
president.
now than computers.
Thank you, Rainey. Was that Rainey? I think that was Rainey. Yes. Thank you so much, Rainey. Misbehaving women. I love that I assume that everyone with MBW stands for misbehaving women. I love that. I feel like every time I see someone with MBW, oh dear Lord God. Or wait, you mean the USMC, Chuck? I'm sorry. This is my ADHD, but also I don't want to say a troll. So don't block Shuckett. He's trolled me long enough that I sort of have a soft place in my heart for him. I'm not asking anyone to block him. But are you talking about the USMC? Like, right? You're not, or are you talking about the TCJA? It's got to be one or the other. You got to type slower so I know what you're saying. Type it again and tell me what you're talking about, or type it without expecting me to know the acronym. Because I'm. Okay. So again, you could say whatever you want to say. Oh, wait. Oh, I'm typing on the wrong keyboard. Sorry if I type something in the. I'm like typing on the wrong keyboard, wondering why I can't see it. The semiconductor manufacturing company, is that what you're talking about? Okay, now I understand. I thought you were talking about the deal he's already gone back on. Yeah, I don't care. Right? If you're talking about Arizona, right? The semiconductor stuff happening in Arizona is funded by the Chips and Sciences Act. Now, if you're like, I do understand that Trump likes to say, right? Like he has all these press conferences and says, look at all this business I'm generating. If this is private sector business, right? If this isn't something voted on by Congress and funded through our tax dollars, Trump gets no credit for it, right? If you're just saying, private sector business is doing business in Arizona, cool story. I don't care. Like I see Trump constantly pretending he's doing business. Like that has nothing to do with anything. Like you're just naming a semiconductor company. Thank you for that. All while he's like undermining Taiwan for Xi, right? Like read a book. Like read the Wall Street. You don't even have to read what you consider leftist media. Read the Wall Street Journal about what Trump and Elmo have done to Taiwan in service by way of Putin for Xi. Like, if you're trying to tell me in some way that, and by the way, every day Trump is making speeches talking about how Taiwan ruined our semiconductor business, and then you're talking to me about Taiwanese semiconductor manufacturing. Like, the math's not mathing. Anyways, please don't distract me any further. But don't block Shuckett because, like I said, if you've harassed me for long enough, like it's almost like, him and Dale, I have a soft spot for. I have no idea why. Shuckett will be the only shitty former police officer who I will allow to harass me ever again in life for the rest of my life. I have something so funny. But anyways, back to what I was saying before Shuckett continued to distract me. See, I made you smile. Before another person who voted for Trump in the swing state of Pennsylvania continues to distract me today. So what I was saying was the nepotism, right? I look at this. This is hilarious. This is a real title of the article. Like, I never showed you clips of this show because I was just so annoyed by it. Like, ugh, right? She had a show on Fox, which was canceled because the ratings were horrible. And then, all of a sudden, Trump tried. Well, she was, I guess, co-chair of the RNC. through nepotism. Then Trump tried to force DeSantis to make her a Florida senator. And when even DeSantis wouldn't do that, right, then she got another show, if you don't know this, like a week ago or 2 weeks. I think she might have been doing it for 2 weeks. Sorry, time flies when you're in hell. But on Fox. And it is terrible. It's like every other Fox show, except for, like, I'm not supporting Jesse Waters, but at least he's like a character. Do you know what I'm saying? Or like Lara Trump is not smart, and she just put out another single, I think, by the way. If you haven't heard Lara Trump's new song, which I was going to play it, but she's like copywriting people who play her music, so I'm not going to play it on here because I refuse. I'm not revenue sharing with Lara Trump, and I also am not going to be demonetized for playing her music, but it is worse than the first one. I just want to be clear on that. It does. And it's 100% autotune. It does sort of sound like a wolf is like in pain. It's just like, what is really happening here? Like, I'm super confused. Oh, the first one was garbage. I played that over and over. I could still hear that first one in my head. That's like a 2-year-old. But anyways, this is a real title. Lara Trump's Fox debut derailed. And this is her own fans. This is Republicans who are like, what's wrong with Lara Trump's face? Which is a very funny thing because it's also like, well, honestly, let's leave Lara alone. What's wrong with, let's start with Republican men. Before we pull apart Republican women's faces, because you have to be, for some reason, a reasonably good looking. I'm not defending Lara Trump. I'm just saying, I see a lot of Republican men's faces who are stuffed full of filler and are now like melting. It looks like their skin is melting off. Wasn't it a Republican House member who said that Matt Gaetz looks like a broke down blow up sex doll? I'm just quoting a Republican who said that. So I'm just saying, Republicans seem to be very concerned about what's going on with Lara Trump's face. I don't know. I don't notice a difference. I was looking up pictures and I was like, that just looks like her to me, but I guess I don't know. But if you guys want to go investigate, I'm not going to help us tear apart a woman's face. Like, Republican men, anytime you want to say that a Republican woman looks bad, it's time for you to go get a mirror and stare at yourself. You guys look terrible. Like, if anybody looked good in the Republican Party, it's not men. It's not men. You guys look awful. So anytime you think, oh, is Lara Trump looking awful? Then you need to just go to your bathroom and stare at yourself. Like, that's the truth. And we can make fun of Lara Trump for a lot of things, but Republican men do not need to be saying Lara Trump looks like a horse. If you feel like you need to be saying that, you need to go look in the mirror. No, Shuckett, what do you want to say? This is not fine, Shuckett. Just request. I will give you 30 seconds, and if it's annoying, I will. I'm telling you, I'm on my last straw with Republicans. This proves to you what a soft spot in my heart I have for your.
Hey, Felice, how are you?
Oh, Jesus, stop with the pleasantries. What is it?
I want to talk about the more huge wins under the First Step Act. Isn't Alice Marie Johnson a great story?
Yeah, you know what's funny about Alice Marie Johnson, right?
And what about,
if you guys don't know,
Johnson?
You asked me a question. Now, what happens when you ask someone a question is they get to answer it. So if you guys don't know, Alice Marie Johnson is the woman in Trump's first term who Kim Kardashian went to the White House and lobbied for Trump to pardon, right? She was like a grandma. She ran actually a yayo empire. I don't know. She moved a lot of weight. So if you know what I'm saying. But I'm just saying, that's who it is. Right. So, and then Trump appointed her as like pardon czar or something. And then the next day, Shuckett, because you don't follow the news, so you don't know this. After appointing Alice Marie Johnson to some like honor, it's not real, just some position where she's going to like recommend who to be pardoned. He's sitting in the White House saying that they should put illicit substance dealers, they should unalive them like they do in places like China. So yeah, I think that that's ridiculous, Shuck It. And Trump does one thing, and then the next day he's suggesting that Alice should no longer be alive.
What about Walter
and I
Johnson?
talked about that, Shuck It. I actually did a piece on that on my show.
What about Walter Johnson, who just got taken out of prison after given 5 life sentences?
What about what do you mean? Someone was exonerated of a crime?
No, he was exonerated. He was exonerated. He committed the crimes, but because he was very good in prison, the judge went back and changed his sentence based off the First Step Act.
What does that have to do with Trump?
Because he did it under the First Step Act. It's another example of the First Step Act, getting someone out of prison.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to read into that because just like the Alex, like, listen, Chuck It, I'd have to actually read into why he got out early. Like, I'd have to look into it. I just don't. I can't believe you, anything you say, because of how many times you've said things that are incorrect.
Why are you so angry? You got to be
I'm not
happier.
angry. I'm stating facts. Every time I've talked to you, you say incorrect things. So I get.
Well, look up Walter Johnson. You'll see it.
Okay, thank you for sharing that with me. Now that's a minute none of us will ever have back, but I will look into that later because I do have an almost photographic memory, and when I'm bored later tonight, I might actually look into that. I also don't care. Like that's the truth. I don't care. Like I hope Walter Johnson isn't black. I hope you weren't up here trying to say that 2 black people like Trump tried to try to do some sort of like virtue signaling situation. Hold on. Now I just have to look up what he looks like for my own. Walter Johnson, what was he? First Step Act? I don't know how to look. No, God, Shuck It. God, every time you say something, it turns. In a landmark ruling, the judge acknowledged he was inexperienced. The judge is saying I was inexperienced when he handed down his initial sentence and didn't know what he was doing, and that he rarely used 1993 strike laws, which required life sentences for some third criminal offenses. He's saying I myself made a mistake. Can you read? Can you do any reading? Okay, so a judge made a mistake. Cool story, Shuck It. Thank you. And then you think because a judge was inexperienced, that somehow means that Trump gets... Yeah, this is how desperate they are to make Trump look good. A judge is like, hey, I didn't know how to properly sentence people under the law, so I'm going back and correcting something. And then Shuck It's here to tell us that Trump is a great president. Cool story. And I just want to say, like, let me just tell you, if Trump, like, randomly tomorrow is like, hey, here's 10 random black people and I'm pardoning them. That does not mean that Trump is a good president, right? That just means he's doing some sort of stunt so that you guys could then say, look what Trump did. Because what I know is, I don't care about anecdotal stories. I care about statistical analysis, right? And I know through statistical analysis that disproportionately black and brown people are being harmed, are being discriminated against through what? Conservative policies. And the day that's not true, I invite you to request and say, hey, I've done an impact study, and which would mean you learned how to do math. So yes, it starts with taking a statistics class, or just reading. That's another option. And then learning how to do a statistical analysis. There are apps that can help you with that, and saying, look, black and brown people are no longer being disproportionately discriminated against by conservative policy. Period. That's all I want to say. I don't care about, hey, this one person is having a better day. Because again, the judge acknowledged he was inexperienced when he handed down the initial sentence. Thank you. A judge made a mistake, which again, that happens all the time. I could go into statistical analysis about that, right? Like, we are in scary times. Actually, I'm not going to play this because I don't know if I'm going to have time to get to some of the things. We'll see how we go. Because like on Friday, I wanted to talk to you guys about Jeffrey Epstein and about Andrew Tate, but it's kind of, we have more important things to talk about. Like, this is what I want to talk about, right? People who can do actual research, auditors and analysts, forensic accountants who are going over Trump and Elmo's Doge site and proving that it's BS. Like, I thought I changed the live goal. Okay, I did. Hold on. I need to change 2 live goals. I think that's what it is. Thank you for people that subscribed. We're at 313. Let's get to 350 subscriptions on TikTok. Please keep tapping the screen. We should be at 100K. Tapping is clapping. Okay, wait. I need to change the gift. Oh no, we're good. Hold on. Now I can change the gift goal so we can meet it faster. I'm trying to learn how to be better about the algorithm. I get so caught up in teaching, I forget about everything else. Okay. So again, I put this in the Discord earlier, and I put it on some of my social media sites because I do appreciate, like I said, we went over a couple weeks ago, right? Because everyone keeps asking, well, hey, like, how do we fact check what you're saying about all this waste, fraud, and abuse? Which it's not waste. First of all, it's not fraud and abuse, right? Fraud is Congress appropriated it. Fraud would be if Congress didn't appropriate it. But, they keep saying all these random numbers that can't be authenticated. So I gave the example, and we went through the article from the Washington Post. They had an auditor and a forensic accountant basically comb through that Doge website and Elmo's X account and start doing actual auditing and actual forensic accounting. And they found discrepancy after discrepancy until the point when they said that actually, after we fact check all this, and that's being generous, there's only $2 billion in savings here. Well, things have, as people fact check that site, they take certain things down, they put new lies up. So this is actually the New York Times now who started auditing that Doge site and has found some more lies, because it is all lies. Every time they put more stuff up, they have forensic accountants and auditors look at it, and it turns out, this is going to come as a shock to nobody in here, it's never correct. So just to be clear, if you are a person who believes that Doge site is real, that tells me that you can't read.
Elon Musk's Doge cost-cutting effort has published what it calls the wall of receipts. Basically a long list of government contracts and then the savings it's achieved by canceling each of those. When Doge first posted its list, we found problems with all 5 of the 5 largest contracts. The largest savings that Doge claimed.
I'm sorry to pause this because I know we're all trying to learn. Shuck it. When I said nobody block you, I will block you. This is your last chance. Keep bothering me and you will be blocked. I don't care. I'm sorry I gave you the impression that you could sit in here and distract people. Now you're annoying me. So keep spamming. The next time I see it, you will be blocked and you will never speak to me again. I don't think you necessarily. Okay. Let me just make sure. Bye, Shuck It, forever. Nobody will miss you. And goodbye. God, he's annoying. Sorry, I'm going to restart the video. Let's keep tapping.
Elon Musk's Doge cost-cutting effort has published what it calls the wall of receipts. Basically a long list of government contracts and then the savings it's achieved by canceling each of those. When Doge first posted its list, we found problems with all 5 of the 5 largest contracts. The largest savings that Doge claimed to have made on its initial list was an $8 billion savings from a contract cut at the Department of Homeland Security. When we looked at that, we realized the actual number was 8 million, 1/1000th of the claim that they had made. Doge responded by saying, well, it was an error in the federal contracting system, but they should have known better. And the reason they should have known better is that this contract, this supposed $8 billion contract, came from ICE. Its entire budget is $8 billion. Going down the list.
See, this is all just pathological lies. And the only people that eat this stuff up are people who can't read or do any research on their own. Do you know how easy it is to find hundreds of articles debunking everything on that site? And wait, that's like that doesn't even sound that egregious. It only gets worse from there.
The second, third, and fourth largest savings on Doge's original list were all basically the same error. What they did was triple count the same cancellation, all with the U.S. Agency for International Development. And what contracting experts told us was it wouldn't have been right if they just counted it once. That's because this contract had been out there for a long time, a lot of the work had already been done, so much of the money that had been allotted initially had been spent. The fifth largest savings on Doge's initial wall of receipts was $232 million they said they saved by canceling a contract that the Social Security Administration had. When we looked into that, we realized that there was a cut there, but it was only $560,000. So after we and other news outlets wrote about these major errors, the Doge site was updated quietly to remove all of those top 5 claims. But its new version contains other errors. The new largest savings was a $1.9 billion savings. But when we looked into that, we realized the contract they were talking about had actually been canceled last year under President Biden. And when you look a little further down the list, you see that Doge is claiming credit for contracts that expired even before Joe Biden was president. In one case, the Department of Homeland Security is claiming it saved tens of millions of dollars by canceling a contract that actually ended in 2005 when George W. Bush was president. Doge has said it's trying to make its data accurate and it's asked the public for help in cleaning up its data. But these errors are important because they give us an insight into the way Doge works. Much of what Doge does is secret. It's in all these different agencies making decisions, gathering data, and we can see so little of it. And if they are this wrong about that work that we can see, if they show this much sloppiness, this much misunderstanding of the machinery of government, what does that mean about the work we can't see in all these other agencies with all this other data that's being done in secret?
This is some BS. Like, do you understand? This is the stuff they think is correct. The stuff they put on that website is the stuff they're like, oh, this is real. None of it's real. Well, I was about to say consumer. That's my background in advertising. Not consumer facing, I guess, citizen facing stuff that they're like, here, this is real. They're taking credit for shit George W. Bush did. Like, I wish you guys could see. How do you look this pretty every day? I don't. I'll just say this. It's the biracialness. Have you guys ever seen biracial people? We have great genes. It's like it's the melanin. It helps. That's what it is. It's being biracial. Or hybrids, as I call us. It's the genes. But anyways, imagine this is the stuff they're proud of putting on their site, and it's all fake. Like, this is ridiculous. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, we're giving this weirdo, we've given him $40 billion, 38. I don't like not being exact. We've given him $38 billion. He gets $8 million a day. The richest man in the world. Every night you go to sleep, I want you to think about the fact right before you doze off, the richest man in the world gets $8 million a day of our tax dollars. That none of his businesses would ever have gotten off the ground if it wasn't for the infrastructure. And not the infrastructure we funded. Like, I don't know if you know this, but your tax dollars paid for the internet, right? That was us. You're welcome. All of the infrastructure, bridges and roads aren't just infrastructure. The roads of the internet are infrastructure that we paid for, that these weirdos use. Right. And then on top of that, he's gotten $40 billion to fund his companies from us. And now he is gaslighting us and lying to us and insulting our intelligence every single day. Each one of us should be personally offended, right? It is the insults to our intelligence. Well, you're going to love this too. I was going to show you because I had a whole other show on Friday, but then that meltdown in the White House happened. This will be pissing you off. And again, if you don't know, I'm trying to show where I got the clips from in case anyone wants to follow, but I do make these outlines primarily off of X because I got to keep my eye on MAGA. So, but emoluments clause is a great account. If you want to, it's right here if you wanted to follow it. If any of you are on X, or most of these accounts you can then find on Blue Sky or on YouTube. If you don't want to be on X, I don't blame you. But when I find these really cool accounts, I just want to show where this is a Rachel Maddow clip, but I also want to point out this is a great account to follow. And prepare to be pissed. You're just helping it. You're not good. Let's tap the screen in rage, because this is, meanwhile, so think, Elmo, and I just want to remind everyone what Elmo is doing. They're pretending he's using algorithms. No, he's searching for trigger words, right? They have a list of trigger words that they think are related to DEI or waste or whatever. Just they want to root out anything that could, I don't know, oppose them. And then they're just canceling things or finding things and lying about them, like they thought they found $50 million of condoms to Gaza, but really Gaza is a region in Mozambique, and we were just, fighting the spread of HIV. So anyways, but prepare to be sickened.
One of the things that does keep cropping up, and also at protests that we're seeing all over the country, is just rage and
Maybe? No? Okay. I thought it might be a puzzle piece, but it wasn't. Anyways, in my Discord, in my link tree, there is a link to join the Discord. And then in the live sources section, the outline with all of the links to these are in there every day. But also, the replays are available on YouTube. And then, that particular Doge video, that will be at the beginning of the outline. And that one is from the New York Times. So yeah, the New York Times has a section where they are having auditors and forensic accountants, like the Washington Post is, monitor that Doge site and just constantly audit it and call out the lies. Yes, I have Substack. So across all of my links are available in my link tree. Same place the Discord link is, but I'm pretty much a girl has no name across the internet. I just made a Facebook account because I think as we get closer to the midterms, I'm Feliz Navidad on Facebook, though, because you have to have a first and last name. That's what everyone called me in childhood. But I'm having trouble figuring out how to go live on there from Streamlabs. So that's something I need to troubleshoot. But yeah, so just to be clear, the replays are available on YouTube. A Girl Has No Name. If you want to just find the clip, screen record it for yourself, right? But that particular clip is from New York Times. All of my outlines are in the Discord every day. And then I'm trying to do a better job of making sure, but yeah, that's where that link is. It's a New York Times thing that came out a couple of days ago. Yeah. Friend me on Facebook, Feliz Navidad, because I need more followers to go live. And then I need to figure, because I think the closer we get to the midterms, we should all be up in our local Facebook marketplace, flea market / weird Trump supporter, like MAGA groups, and infiltrating them and annoying them with our content. I deleted all my Instagram content, though, because I hate Mark Zuckerberg, even though it's hard for me. I cannot stand that man. So I'm having like an internal battle about posting content on anything Mark Zuckerberg owns, because it's just so hard for me. If I already had a larger presence there, maybe it would be different. But man, I just can't watch what he's up to. It's sickening. Yeah, Jeff hears that. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you for being here. Thank you for attending class on time every day. Oh, I just want to say, Cortina, thank you so much for the $15. You know how I feel about you. Susan, keep your hands on 10 and 2. Thank you so much for the $1. Thank you for listening while you drive and work every day. I appreciate you. Ashley, my God. Thank you for the $50. Thank you for blocking Shuck forever. I needed a smile, especially. That was worth $50. We should have said, like, we'll lure him here and publicly block him. That's so funny. W. Ashley. And again, this video we're about to watch from Rachel Maddow, this is again about whilst Elmo is being, I call him Elmo because he types his name too fast on X and spells it like Elmo all the time. While he is lying to us on this Doge wall of receipts about waste, fraud, and abuse he's found, he is continuing to secretly be handed government contracts. And this is just an example of another one.
The things that does keep cropping up at these town halls and also at protests that we're seeing all over the country is just rage and expressions of disgust at the president putting his top campaign donor in charge of destroying the government. That has also led increasingly to protests that specifically target that campaign donor, Elon Musk, like this one a few days ago in Cherry Hill, New Jersey, on the street outside the Tesla dealer in that town. Pretty considerable turnout outside that Tesla dealership in Cherry Hill. There was another protest targeting Elon Musk specifically at the SpaceX and Starlink offices in Redmond, Washington. This was yesterday. They seem to have had a pretty good turnout there up in Redmond, Washington. It'll also be interesting to see what kind of turnout there is this Saturday, March 1st, in Hawthorne, California, which is right near LAX, right near the airport in LA. They're telling people to dress up like Elon Musk for the protest at that SpaceX headquarters building on Saturday. So if nothing else, it should be funny. They specifically went out of their way to say, if you do dress up like Mr. Musk for the protest, please do not choose to express your opinion of him by dressing up as a Nazi. They do not want anybody there in Nazi Elon Musk outfits. Thank you. Thank you. Please, no. That protest at SpaceX global headquarters in LA, again, expected Saturday. As the concerns and objections to Elon Musk now are starting to extend not just to what he's doing to the rest of the government, but what he's doing for himself as he's taking apart the government. The Washington Post is now following on reporting that, initiated with Bloomberg News and other outlets, that Musk has now apparently just somehow engineered the overriding of an existing FAA contract with Verizon.
Just need to explain to you, I did research on this. The contract is done. Okay, this is a millions of dollar contract with Verizon. They've completed their work, and Elmo is trying to cancel it and then give the contract to himself. So, and then you can look this up for yourself. They've talked to the Verizon people and they're like, we've already done the work. Like, what the are you talking about?
To instead install his own company in its place. To instead install Starlink at the FAA. They're just doing that.
We talked about this a long time ago. Like I was talking about like different analysis of why, like, because Starlink applied for this, right? And it was determined that Starlink is not reliable, that they don't have enough satellites, that the more people join Starlink, the less reliable it is. It depends on where the satellites are. They did, like I always like to say, mathematical analysis of the product and realized, no, this isn't the best way to do this. Right. Yeah. And let's say we did breach a contract with Verizon. I don't know if this will actually happen or not, but yeah, it will be our tax dollars. Every single federal worker who's being fired that has a very valid labor lawsuit claim, our tax dollars will pay for that. All of these people Trump's taking to court, our tax dollars are going to pay for that. If we do this, just understand, you want to talk about waste, fraud, and abuse? This is it.
That legal? Aren't there rules for like contracts and conflicts of interest and stuff? As we get to that part of the definition of oligarchy already right away, one of the more unnerving things that Mr. Musk has developed an interest in recent days appears to be the American judicial system. Now, on top of everything else he is doing in his capacity as the president's top donor, Musk has also started railing publicly that American judges and the judiciary are the real problem in this country. And that his capacity as the president's top donor, Musk has also started railing publicly that American judges and the judiciary are the real problem in this country. and that therefore we need to start, in his words, firing judges because courts should not be allowed to stop him and to stop Donald Trump from doing whatever they want. Naturally, Republican members of Congress are obliging. They've started filing impeachment proceedings against multiple federal judges who've had the temerity to rule against Trump. And this seems sort of at the same time to be just the natural evolution of where these guys have always been heading. But it also seems to be the single brightest bright line we have as a country when it comes to figuring out whether the authoritarian takeover they are attempting will be stopped or whether it will go all the way. Americans from sea to shining sea are turning out in huge and increasing numbers to say they are not down with this. They do not want any of this. And amid this fight and amid this drama and amid the American people being so palpably mad about what they are doing, the single most important line that just cannot be crossed ever is to have a president defying the law and defying the courts, because that is the end.
But I love Rachel. And like, I just want to say this, like, I don't do call to actions very often, but the more I see it, and see patterns developing, like the way to stop it, the way to stop this is through us, right? It is going to take action from us, right? You need to find local protests. You need to make a sarcastic, horrific sign that will rip Trump's insecure insides out, and you need to hold it up, right? You need to attend town halls. And again, like, I heard Republicans are ridiculous. They're saying it's Democrats at town halls. Can I just say, I live in a GD Republican, like my representative is a Republican in the GD Freedom Caucus. So wait, if I live in the district and I show up as a Democrat, that's not allowed? Like, what are you talking about? Or like, how about this? I spent my life and have business interests elsewhere, like in other districts in Arizona. I am a native Arizonan. I have lived in districts all over this place and have different interests in different areas of Phoenix. You are telling me I can't attend town halls? Why? What are you talking about? If there is a town hall in your state and you want to have the chance to make an impact, you need to go there and speak the truth, right? And that the more people are doing this, which we're going to see more examples of when town halls attack, the more I see it, the more you hear Republicans scream, these are paid Democratic actors. That's the new talking point. These are people paid by the Democratic Party. As someone who worked on Kamala's campaign, you can't get paid. Like, you know how hard it is to get paid by the Democratic Party to do anything? Like, please, people aren't showing up to town halls. I'm sorry, people that understand math and have read are showing up to town halls. Like, I'm sorry that's happening to you, Republicans. You're used to being in an echo chamber and a fucking information silo where nobody questions you. And all of a sudden, people in Trump plus 30 districts are being asked questions they don't like. But this is our responsibility now. Like, we're all going to have to start showing up with signs places and protesting. We have to make people effing comfortable. The more uncomfortable it gets, the better it is. Lehua, thank you so much for the $9.99 super chat. I would describe the face to you. It's adorable. Love the cheeks. Felice for President 2028. No, I have to dismantle the system from the outside. I cannot work within a system because I need to be able to yell things. If there's one thing I learned from working in corporate America, it's like, I'll just criticize things from the outside. Now, Kamala is different, right? That's the thing I found really, well, that's when I knew Kamala was smart, right? Like, that's why, again, if you hear a man say Kamala wasn't qualified for president, I mean, that's obviously not true. But like, one of the most intelligent things I ever heard her say if you know who her parents were, right? These are geniuses. One was a biomedical scientist who died of cancer, her mother, right? Like researcher, but she was an activist. And her father was a Stanford professor emeritus economist, Jamaican, right? These are highly educated, highly intelligent people who, like me, were critical of the system, worked from the outside to criticize it and affect change. And she said, I was raised by two people who, looked from the outside in and were advocates for change. And she's like, and there's another school of thought where you can work from the inside out, right? Like if I want the system to change, I need to work inside it to change it. If I want Black people not to be disproportionately prosecuted, if I want there to be, more leniency for first-time offenders, I need to work from inside the system to change it. And we need to do both things, right? One of the most effective things the Republicans have ever done is spread this message of, hey, you're a wacko Christian nationalist. Oh, I love these butterfly things. I just saw those last week. I love them. Thank you so much. You're a wacko Christian nationalist, then get elected to local office. So yeah, we need many people to run, and then we need people like me. I don't think I work so well following party lines, or maybe one day that could be helpful and I can get elected. Because there are people now more and more in the Democratic who can just say whatever they want. But yeah, generally I work better outside of a system. Oh, I love this too. This is, if you want to screenshot this, again, it is in the outline though, but despite the hype, Doge, I'll kind of do the highlights for you of it. Despite the hype, Doge hasn't found a shred of fraud, which again, it's not fraud because any money appropriated by Congress has been done legally. It is Trump who's committing fraud by not releasing those funds that in fact has been approved and appropriated by Congress. But I want to show you this because I was reading this article and I loved it. Doge has claimed it rooted out $55 billion worth of spending. And there's so many articles or links to good articles too in here, worth of spending, a dollar amount that appears to be wildly inaccurate. Shocker. As of Sunday, Doge's website claims it has saved or canceled $55 billion worth of government contracts. But that same website only accounts for $16 billion in contracts. Half of that comes from an $8 million government contract that Doge incorrectly identified as being worth $8 billion. So are you counting now? Now we're at $8 billion. This is how you get down to $2 billion. That's what I'm trying to tell you. This is all a lie. That you give people enough time. They were trying to overwhelm us, flood the zone with shit. Well, the numbers are coming back and none of it's real. Additionally, Doge has been in some cases simply canceling contracts that government has already paid for. This is what the New York Times is talking about. Some $325 million in supposed savings are simply contracts that have been repeated in Doge's reporting, Politico found, but actual fraud, Doge has found nothing. I'm just the person here with the facts. And then I just like this other, because if you don't know, Elmo had the nerve to call Social Security, what we have all been paying into and what will support us when we cannot take care of ourselves. Elmo is now calling a pyramid scam. Or basically some word like that. It's ridiculous. And while Social Security payments are a problem, I just want to be clear, they have been accounted for well before Doge came into existence. And again, these are the people Trump fired, inspector generals. Oh, a Ponzi scheme. See, I love you guys. I was like, wait a minute, not a pyramid scam. Thank you. I never have to worry. I was like, I can't think of the word, but thank you guys. That's why crowdsourcing, when you have people with such high IQs, is such a pleasure. Yes, a Ponzi scheme. Do you know how a Ponzi scheme works, sir? And while improper security payments are a problem, they have been accounted for well before Doge came into existence. An audit from the Social Security Administration's Inspector General and released in July 2024. And if you heard our debates on Friday, this is what you're going to hear me say. When they are quoting things in the media, they are talking about reports that Joe Biden commissioned in 2024 from the inspector generals that Trump has fired. That's where they're getting numbers from about Social Security, right? And they found 71.8 billion in improper payments. And this is from 2015, from before Trump was president, to 2022. Less than 1%. That's less than 1% of total benefits it paid out is fraud. But not to say there isn't fraud, right? Like, we know there was a lot during the pandemic, and that's what this report, these real auditors who go through huge data sets to find real fraud determined in 2024 under our real president, who was not a grifter, Joe Biden, that less than 1% of Social Security payments paid out were in fact fraud, which, yes, we could always reduce waste, fraud, and abuse. That's a real thing, but that's not what Elmo's doing. Elmo's retaliating against people who were investigating him. He made a website full of lies and is, doing whatever it is he's doing, but nothing that's going to benefit the American people. Oh, and what else was it? What was this part of here? Some of the hundreds of billions worth of fraud might come in the form of Social Security payments that Musk and Caroline Leavitt have recently claimed are improperly going to Americans who are well over 100 years old. And I've debunked this a million times. But the problem with those claims is that they appear to be completely incorrect, right? The centenarians Musk Doge team says are receiving Social Security payments probably aren't actually over 100 years of age, but are simply classified that way as a part of a complex coding system with the Social Security Administration. And it would take $9 million, just to be clear, because I did the research, to update that system, but Republicans won't fund it. So if you don't want the system to look like that, what would we have to do? Oh, we'd have to spend money to update the system. Oh, and I'm really into this. This is this is a clip from Vote Vets, which I suggest, this is on X, but I'm sure Vote Vets is on YouTube as well, because that you can have long form content there. Again, the problem with Blue Sky is right now you can only have clips under a minute. But Vote Vets is a great site that is tracking like different things that are happening to vets. So I do suggest find them on YouTube or find them somewhere, because it's worth it. Again, this is just a clip, but we'll watch several today from them.
Winning issue. Democrats should not stand for the status quo or be the grand defenders of waste, fraud, and abuse, but they certainly should stand up in opposition to the wealthiest man in the world giving the President of the United States $300 million to buy his way into control of the cabinet, buy his way into standing with the president's cabinet, looking like a fool in a T-shirt and a hat, and at the same time lying about where the true nature of waste, fraud, and abuse is in the government, because he's ignoring it. You want to find waste, fraud, and abuse? Let's look at the tens of billions of dollars that get sent to Musk's companies. You want to look at waste, fraud, and abuse?
Musk just government money?
Yeah. Oh. A lot of money. And look, let's look at the waste, fraud, and abuse associated with massive tax loopholes for the wealthiest amongst us. But I'll tell you, Musk did accomplish one thing in the past couple of weeks. He fired tens of thousands of veterans. I'll tell you, no man in the history of the United States of America has fired more veterans than Elon Musk. These are men and women that signed on the dotted line to potentially make the ultimate sacrifice in defense of our collective freedoms. And he turned at them and said, listen, thank you for your service. Now you're fired. Be on your way. That's eliminating our greatest asset as a nation, not waste, fraud, and abuse. It's despicable, and we should all stand up in opposition to that, Democrat, Independent, or Republican.
Former Congress.
I hope that's why all my neighbors, like my veteran neighbors, Trump-hating signs are gone. Oh, did you get fired, sir? Are you one of these people who was fired? And I was going to show you guys this one. Again, it is at Vote Vets. I'm sure they're on YouTube as well. But anytime you see this symbol, they're aggregating content and like information in support, for veterans. So if you are a vet and haven't followed this and you want to know like, hey, who's constantly updating veterans about what's going going on or telling the truth for veterans, I suggest this site because these are Republicans and Democrats. Like, they have all sorts of people that support Vote Vets. It's not partisan. But again, I was going to show you guys this on Friday because this is 6,000 veterans fired under Doge, more to come, right? This is Representative Derek Tran, who's an Army veteran and former employment lawyer. This guy is fascinating. I found this was part of what I was going to show you on Friday before Trump decided to sell out to Russia and Putin. But yeah, this is fascinating. This is a labor lawyer who is a veteran.
Many veterans have now been fired from agencies across the government, and more firings of veterans are expected. And this really shouldn't come as a surprise because for decades now, Democratic and Republican presidents, including President Trump himself in his first term, have made it a priority to bring the expertise and the institutional knowledge of veterans into the federal workforce, pitching them on serving their country even after their military. Many veterans have now been fired from agencies across the government.
Sorry about that. Sometimes I don't clip them that well because I'm walking or running while doing it.
Firings of veterans are expected. And this really shouldn't come as a surprise because for decades now, Democratic and Republican presidents, including President Trump himself in his first term, have made it a priority to bring the expertise and the institutional knowledge of veterans into the federal workforce, pitching them on serving their country even after their military service comes to an end. Let's speak now with Democratic Congressman Derek Tran from the Armed Services Committee. He is a freshman member of the House. He's an Army veteran, and he's also a former employment lawyer, as it were, who has introduced a bill to reinstate veterans who have been let go without cause. First off, Congressman, as we try to get a sense of just how big this is, do you have a sense of how many veterans have been fired at this point?
Look, our estimates are telling us it's about 6,000 veterans that have been just recklessly let go from their workplace.
And it does appear so far that these probationary employees have been let go indiscriminately. So are you looking at really what the share of the workforce is and just kind of tabulating that, or are you compiling this from anecdotes that you're hearing?
That's right. We're looking at overall how many federal employees have been fired. But more than anything, what I'm hearing from my constituents and those that are affected is that they're pissed off. They dedicated.
I don't know if you guys know this, but it's between, and I think the more, because, I like to be exact on math. I've heard 30%, but upon research, just to give you an idea of what he's saying and how they're calculating these numbers, I believe the accurate, it's like 26 to 28% is probably the most accurate. 26 to 28%. Do you understand what a huge number that is? Of the federal workforce are veterans. This is where they go after serving their country, right? So 26 to 28%, somewhere in there, are veterans. So that's how they're calculating the number based on total firings. And then, and then there's more specific ways that are going on. But yeah, so just understand when you're talking about just arbitrarily firing the federal workforce, the most represented group, the largest group there are veterans. Yeah, I've heard that, but I did my own research, so I'm just going to say I've heard that. I've heard the highest number I've heard a congressperson quoting is 30%. I don't know. I'm just telling I like math, so I think probably it's fair around 28.
Their life to serving our country, and then now, when they want to serve in the federal government and they thought they had their dream job, it gets ripped away from them.
So this bill that you've introduced, it's called the Protect Veterans Jobs Act, and it would also require these federal agencies to give a detailed explanation of why workers who are veterans were dismissed. How would that protect them?
Look, I think when it comes to congressional oversight, that's very important. When we have federal employees who are veterans who served their country and now they're in the workplace for us, we ask them to serve again. We got to make sure we protect them. It's the right thing to do. It's common decency. I think when we have federal agencies reporting to us and sharing with us the details on why these veterans are being terminated, we have better control over what's happening at the executive branch level.
And of course, you're a Democrat, so you're in the minority, right? In the House, in the Senate, this doesn't go anywhere without Republicans. And what we've seen so far is that Republicans, they do seem to be sounding the alarm in some ways, a few of them at least, but privately with the Trump administration. This is obviously very public. Do you have Republican buy-in on this?
My bill is very nonpartisan, right? We all talk about how much we love our veterans and we want to take care of them. Well, here's their chance. We have President Trump just saying how much he cares about our veterans. Here's his chance to protect them. And talking to some of my Republicans from across the aisle, they tell me how great my bill is, but they're shying away from it because they're worried. They want to see how this plays out.
You are for.
This is what is messed up, right? This man has a simple, nonpartisan solution. Okay, you all keep saying you're for veterans. Well, you're cutting all their benefits. You're firing them from their job. Like, let's say even if this bill was passed, it's still not going to protect veterans for their benefits. That's something completely separate. They're going to slash veterans benefits. Then now they're firing from their jobs. And that's why we have to attend these town halls, right? To call this BS out. Republicans will not grow spine. I'm about to show you clips of Republicans at these town halls. They will not go against Trump. But privately, if you ask anyone, and I'm obsessed with Capitol Hill, right? I read all the Capitol Hill page blogs, all the people that talk about what's really going on. And again, I don't need to read the Democratic ones because I know what's going on. I read the Republican the people that are working for Republican Congress people, and they all say the same thing. But yeah, everyone hates Donald Trump. They can't believe this is happening. They feel undermined by him. They're losing the power of the legislative branch. They don't like what's happening, but not one of them will speak out against him. Right? I mean, and we have these, well, we'll get into it. We have a couple people who will say some things, but will they do anything? Will they vote against him? Will they speak out? Will they speak out and say that this is all a lie? No. And I'm tired of it. This is a great article. So I was talking about this. This is a Washington Post exclusive, which, believe me, every day I hate Jeff Bezos a little more, right? If you don't know, Jeff Bezos is a bunch of the head of the opinions division of the Washington Post quit last week because Bezos is oh God, he's getting weirder and weirder. But they are still doing some good reporting. And I've said this a million times. My advice to people is find reporters you like, right? Because one of the most ignorant things that anybody can say is, oh, this is from the Washington Post. Oh, that's garbage. Or this is from whatever, right? Breitbart, that's garbage. Because it depends on what the article effing says, right? Because I can tell you that Fox News gets things right. I don't like Rupert Murdoch, but the Wall Street Journal has been doing some great reporting since Trump got in office. They've broke a lot of exclusives and they are getting a lot of things right? So it is very ignorant to say, oh, this is from that publication. Well, that's right leaning, or this is from that publication that's left leaning. It depends on what it says. So my advice is find journalists you like, and don't just, and I'm not saying don't read any other articles, but follow them. And I was giving examples of the Atlanta Constitution Journal. I love that. The Atlantic Journal Constitution. Sorry, I always get it backwards. I fixed it. Journal Constitution. Is that right? Or am I backwards again? I love that publication, but I'm subscribed to so many things. Until I start making more, I can't subscribe to that one. So I've just found all my favorite writers. I follow them on X. Yeah, Journal Constitution. Thank you. Oh, yeah. Okay. Got it right. And then I follow them and they keep me updated as to what's going on, right? Find out journalists that are doing good work and follow them. And if they leave a publication, follow them to where they go next, right? Because journalists are doing good work all across the spectrum of journalism. I mean, and let's just identify that. But if you're interested in how all of our tax dollars have funded Elmo's businesses, I highly suggest this Washington Post article. Oh, and I love Jasmine. You know me and our daily dose of Jasmine. I can't go without it.
And when we decided that we wanted to subpoena him to come in, him being Elon, you know who didn't even want to debate it? The Republicans. Not only did they shut it down, but they wouldn't allow us to engage in debate because they really don't have an explanation for why we would have an entire subcommittee that is supposed to sit atop this organization or whatever it is, because it's not really an organization. And they don't want to bring in the guy that is the face of it.
Can I ask you, is it also a little bit because they're afraid to go up against Elon Musk and Donald Trump?
Well, I don't know if they're afraid. I just think they're wusses. I mean, I don't really know what it is, but right now, one of the things that the former governor just said, he talked about people basically giving up their rights and giving up their duties. I've said that they've castrated their constitutional duties. You've got Republicans that will only move, or as we used to say, jump whenever Donald Trump says jump or Elon says jump, and it's usually how high, right? Like, that's what they're doing. They are not listening to their constituents.
And I just want to be clear, right? So what she's talking about is the real people that are supposed to investigate waste, fraud, and abuse. I'm obsessed with Congress. I think everyone should watch. If you don't know about congressional hearings, they're better than the Super Bowl. That is where all the action happens. People are like in fist fights. It's amazing. I mean, it's not as good. There are other governments where people literally do fight each other in Congress. But so we're not actually fighting, but man, it is fascinating. So the real investigators of waste, fraud, and abuse before Trump took all the power from the legislative branch was the Oversight and Accountability Committee in the House. That's who's supposed to be doing what Elmo is claiming he's doing for Doge. And then, because people were like, well, Doge has no power and this is the legislative branch job. They're like, let's create a fake subcommittee called the Doge Subcommittee and put Margarine, an actual idiot with a pulse. I don't know how else to. I'm just sorry. I'm just making an observational statement. I'm not, as they say in Congress, engaging in personalities. I don't know how else to describe her. Like, she's Margarine Taylor Greene she has a pulse, but her brain is not, the neurons are not firing. And they don't do anything. So in this subcommittee, where there are some Democrats who are amazing, like Jared Moskowitz and Jasmine Crockett and Robert Garcia, they first day tried to subpoena Elmo. Right? Let's get him under oath. You're finding all this waste, fraud, and abuse. Why don't you get under oath and tell us about what you're doing? And the Republicans shut it down and stopped them from doing it. If this was genuine, let me just tell you, right? We don't need to have any other conversation. If you're a Republican listening, think about it. Right? If you are not in a cult, right? If you're not in cognitive dissonance, use your brain and you tell me why. If they're doing such great work, and this is about waste, fraud, rooting out waste, fraud, and abuse, why wouldn't Elon Musk go and tell the alleged committee overseeing what he's doing about it? Why? And unless he had something to hide and they're not doing anything, which we already know because auditors and forensic accountants and journalists have already figured that out. Why wouldn't he just show up and say, here's what I'm up to, here's the math, here's how the maths? Because it's all a lie. That's why. Like, it's very simple. If it wasn't a lie and it was all above board and it was exactly what we all thought, like what they said it was, he would show up and it would all be in a spreadsheet and say, here you go. Like, you have to use your brains. Montana, thank you so much for the $10. I love you so much. I'm so glad you do what you do. Keep up the great work. Thank you. Don't make me cry. Vicky, thank you so much for the $20. Please keep educating us on how corrupt Elmo is. He's trying to gaslight America about Social Security. I'm so damn angry at that evil man. Love your content. Smiley face, hand raised, blue heart, Ukrainian flag. I could not agree. Well said. Sometimes I feel like I'm at the point now where we can all just communicate through emojis. I feel like if someone just sent me emojis, we could all get the point. Oh my God, Trump! Sorry. A New York Times update just came in my email. I was reading it. I can't. So and the morning was actually kind of boring. Nothing is too bad as going on this morning. Hope you're, Cam, thank you. I haven't seen you in a while. Miss you, Cam. Hope you're well. Keep it up. Miss you. And I love your cat and you have a tuxedo cat? Now I like you even more. Mr. Mittens my cat is 19 years old. He's the longest relationship in my life, and he's not going to be around for much longer. It's not that I'm planning my next cat. Like I've had 2 cats in my life, both lived to be over 20. I'm an excellent cat owner, but it's like I've only had 2 black cats, so I have thought about getting a tuxedo. I know people tell me their personalities are so good. I love a tuxedo cat. Cats choose you. I know, Toodle. I've never bought a cat. My cats have all found one in an alley and one literally like fell out of a tree in front of me when I was a kitten. And those are the only 2 cats I've ever owned. I had them for over 20 years. The cat distribution system works in mysterious ways. You know when you know, like a cat, and cats do choose you. You can't force a cat to be with you that doesn't want you. Well, also I have I'm allergic to cats. So ragdoll, I love the way they look. It's just, I don't know if it's great for my allergies. Probably short hair is the way to go. Doug, thank you for the $10. Thank you for always having the receipts. I love your picture too. You look so happy. Sorry, side note, random side note. This is going to get better and better. Oh, and I saw this. I was going to show you guys this on Friday. Get ready to be. So again, now this is waste, fraud, and abuse. I just want to remind you that U.S. aid or AID, however you want to call it, is the carrot, right? A trillion, or just under a trillion, let's be fair, of our tax dollars a year, $1 trillion go to our military. If we add up the next 10 countries, their entire military budgets do not equal ours. Right? I mean, we spend so much waste. That is where the waste, fraud, and abuse is, in Pentagon military defense contracts. If Elmo was doing anything about waste, that's where we'd be looking, right? Where Boeing is charging us $500,000 for a bag of bolts. It's ridiculous. And then USAID is the carrot, right? It's the, hey, like if you'll stick with us, third world countries, we'll help you fight HIV. Oh, your people are dying. You're malnourished. You need some food, right? This is the little bit of good. It is. I just want to be clear because you heard Trump cheering. Oh, we're rooting out waste, fraud, and abuse. 0.5% of the federal budget. And most of this is supposed to allegedly be released. Right? And the food is supposed to be getting out. It's not. It's rotting in warehouses. Actually, I might just go find this clip that I saw because it will bring you to tears. But now that you've heard that, I want you to hear this clip. Oh, actually, and before that, this is an amazing account. If you don't follow, and they're on Blue Sky as well. If you don't follow Heartland Signal, they do like a lot of hyper local content, like in the Midwest, but also just like fascinating account, right? If you don't follow Heartland Signal on YouTube or on TikTok or on Blue Sky, follow them. Super good.
And MJ, you've been tracking how the USAID dismantling is having an impact here at home, including on one Georgia-based plant that helps feed malnourished kids. What'd you find?
Yeah, Phil, this is a plant that is based in Georgia that makes a special kind of peanut butter paste. It is fortified with milk and vitamins. It's highly caloric, and it basically gets sent out, these little pouches, to very malnourished children all across the world, including in countries that are based in Africa. And the USAID has historically been supportive of producing these so-called RUTF products. And yesterday, I was on the phone with the owner of this Georgia-based plant. His name is Mark Moore. And he tells me that minutes before we had gotten on the phone, he had gotten these contract termination letters from USAID.
So this is 45 boxes, USAID branded?
Yeah.
This is our UNICEF stuff.
Wow. So the packets that you make going forward, I mean, how do you distribute them if you don't have the USAID funding?
That is a great question.
So this peanut butter plant is sort of a great example of the chaos that we've seen because of the sudden decimation of USAID. And for someone like Mark, I mean, he has all these questions that he can't get answered. Are the contracts actually finished? What's going to happen to the 400,000 boxes, he says, that are sitting in his warehouse right now that all say USAID, the millions of dollars that he still needs to be reimbursed for? And the reason, Phil, that he also can't get an answer right now is because the contract officer that he would have gone to in the past, they were put on administrative leave. So literally there's nobody to call.
And MJ,
That's real life stuff. The only good things, we do so many bad things in the world. If you don't understand that, I invite you to. I'd say, sorry, you don't learn that until you go to college and take history classes. We just lied to you before. As a teacher, we really don't get into the truth. You have to pay a lot of money to get the truth, right? And this is the good we do. And Trump, to help Russia, to help China, that's who benefits from this, is Russia and China, has shut the actual few bits of good that we are doing down. And actually, I want to try to find this because as long as we're on this, like, let's talk about the truth. There's this clip I needed to show you guys on Friday. It's in my Friday presentation, actually, so I can just pull up that because this is something that everyone. If you don't know, I talk about Representative Greg Casar a lot. He's the one of I think he's. Well, maybe Maxwell Frost is the whip of the Progressive Caucus, or I can't remember which is which. He's in a leadership role of the Progressive Caucus. He's absolutely amazing, and he put this clip out on Friday. I'm trying to make sure I need to find it because it's important. We cannot not see it. It's basically him begging, and I mean, it's painful to watch. It's him basically in a DOJ subcommittee hearing begging people, begging Republicans, begging Democrats to call someone and help. Hold on, I want to see if I can find it. Just give me 1 second. Keep tapping the screen, by the way. We should almost be to 350K and we can get there. Sorry I didn't find this before. I forgot about it till I remembered this clip. But trust me, when I do find it, it will all be worth it. Oh, here it is. Oh my God. And Marjorie's faces at the beginning, sickening. Ugh, she runs this DOJ subcommittee and this guy is begging for aid and Marjorie is just like, so again, this is, and if you can follow this account, and it's on YouTube as well. It's Oversight Dems, right? And the DOJ subcommittee is a subcommittee of the Oversight and Accountability Committee, and they post a lot of good clips. And this is from X. You can just screenshot this. But again, Representative Casar, he's in the Progressive Caucus. This is a truly amazing man. He's a representative from Texas, and try not to cry. And let's tap the screen. Let's get to 300K while we listen. Yeah, you probably will cry.
I'm going to do something that I've never done in a congressional hearing before, and that is plead for help from the American people, plead for help from my Republican colleagues on something that we actually all agree on, because lives are at stake right now. I'm going to start by describing the facts on the ground. Millions of people are at risk of dying of starvation in areas of the world where Democrats and Republicans have already agreed and committed to feeding them with American-grown food for humanitarian reasons and for global stability. But yesterday, I spoke with people in charge of warehouses in Sudan and Ethiopia, warehouses full of food, but because of DOJ, that food is trapped in the warehouse out of reach of starving and dying moms and kids. In those two countries alone, 150,000 children and moms are at risk of dying this month if that food is not delivered from the warehouse to them right up the road. Everyone agrees that's not supposed to happen. Republicans voted for this food and Democrats voted for this food to get out. Secretary of State Marco Rubio says the food should go out as part of his life-saving waiver. Doge Chairwoman Marjorie Taylor Greene started this hearing by saying that life-saving food programs should still be running. We have paid for the food and we have shipped it, and it is sitting trapped in the warehouse because Doge is blocking the payments needed to get the food out to the people who need it. So here's what that means. It means that kids are dying and more will die tomorrow of severe acute malnutrition. If you want nightmares, just Google severe acute malnutrition and look at the photos. The way that healthcare workers determine if a kid is dying of this is they measure their bicep. And if their bicep is less than 4.5 inches around, then that means you could die of starvation tomorrow. Think of a kid's arm fitting through this hole. Think of your kid's arm fitting through this hole. These kids could die tomorrow. You've heard today about the waiver for life-saving humanitarian assistance, and all I'm asking is for Rubio's waiver to be made real. People watching at home, you can do something about this. I know many of these hearings are live on Fox News. I'm a Democrat. For many of the people watching, you may not agree with me on many issues, but I think we can all agree that this food needs to get out of the warehouse and to these kids. I've gotten phone calls from conservative friends, people of faith that moved to Africa to live out their faith of I was naked and you clothed me, I was hungry and you fed me, and they agree that this food should be given out. So call your Republican congressperson, call the White House, tell them you know they didn't mean to do this, but that this food needs to go out tomorrow. If you're in the press, cover this story. Ask questions about Ethiopia. Ask questions about Sudan. Tell the world about this. And to my Republican colleagues, Doge is not going to listen to me, but you can fix this. Pick up the phone, make a phone call. Y'all could save lives today. Send an email. Please, put politics aside, get the food out of the warehouse, save these kids' lives.
Sorry, it's just so messed up. Like, just the thing that I tell you guys about, if you knew how much more of this stuff I write about, is just, and like, just for, there was this emergency waiver that Marco Rubio made this announcement of like, oh, don't worry, because people were freaking out about this. And, oh, the food's going to get out. No, it hasn't gotten out. It's not going to. It still hasn't. This is last Friday and it still hadn't gotten out. So, like when they say, oh, there's an emergency waiver and the food's going to get out, just know that it's not. This is why I say it is up to us. You need to harass every congressperson in your state about this stuff. Because truthfully, we are, like, it's really occurring to me. Sorry, I need to get Kleenex. I usually keep Kleenex near me. Give me 1 second. I have to get a Kleenex. Sorry, it just makes me really upset. Kids, Trump is a monster who is losing zero sleep at night. That's the truth. And like Republicans, even MAGA, I know you don't want kids to unalive in real time. Do something about this. This is something we could all agree shouldn't happen. So if you are not, in fact, a narcissist who lacks empathy, then do something about this. This is your chance to prove you're not exactly who we all suspect you are. I don't know how else to say it. Like, truly. Prove to us you aren't who we think you are. Like, of all the reasons you should ever tell Trump to do something, this would be the reason. Something tells me, and like, if you know Greg Casar in those meetings, normally he is screaming and yelling and like calling people out. He's extremely intelligent. And for him to beg like that is a huge deal. So, sorry, just pulling up. I had to leave my presentation and just trying to remember exactly where I left. Oh, here we are. Here. Oh, great. You guys are going to love this. Sorry. Sorry in advance. I was saying, I was going to do Friday's presentation on Saturday, but I also just need sleep. I've been diagnosed with PTSD, so if I don't rest, and I was live until midnight on Friday, so I just needed rest. Yeah, this is okay. So again, whilst the 0.5% of aid and contracts that have already been legally appropriated by Congress, while they're letting that food rot that could save malnourished children and mothers in third world countries, right? What is Trump doing? If you haven't read about this, you'll be sickened, right? Trump is about to back up. And I've talked about this, right? I've talked about the crypto grifts that Trump is doing. We've talked about the Trump meme coin grift in detail. So Tommy Malinowski, by the way, this is an expert in finance and in cryptos. So just so everyone is clear, this is using your taxpayer money to buy up cryptocurrency so that the price goes up for those holding it. Oh no. And I'm sorry. I was talking about Stock Viking PhD. This is one of my favorite accounts to follow. He's a crypto and finance genius. In the 20 years of investing, this is the most corrupt thing I've ever seen in financial markets, right? This is Trump this weekend. If you're not aware of Trump's latest grift, he's going to use our tax dollars to back up his crypto grifts. A U.S. crypto reserve will elevate, and I've broken this down. Fax and I've done Facts Don't Matter, and I've done lives on why this is so corrupt. But I mean, he's going to back up the most volatile crypto there is, so that he can continue grifting. Like, this is truly disturbing. But one of the most smart women since I started doing the People's Receipts that I have been exposed to. If you don't know who Kyle Kalinske is, did I put that in there twice? So if I'm going to give recommendations, she's on Blue. You can screenshot this. She's on Blue Sky as well. She's a huge creator. She works with Kyle Kalinske on YouTube. She has her own podcast. She's amazing. Crystal Ball is amazing. So I just screenshot this. You can follow her later, but I just wanted to show you because I'm sure her brain is amazing. We've seen like a few pieces from her now, but she is talking, she's really good with finance and with math. That's why I like her. And she's talking about, she's going to explain Trump's crypto grift, and while children are starving from 0.5% of the federal budget that was legally appropriated, that they're refusing to deliver on. Like, this is what Trump's up to. Oh, sorry, I forgot I started over. It's on mute.
Trump just announced the biggest heist in world history. So listen to this. He and his crypto czar, this billionaire named David Sachs, announced a strategic digital asset reserve. What does that mean? That means pumping taxpayer dollars to prop up worthless crypto shitcoins so a bunch of billionaires can cash out their holdings. But that is not all, because it just so happens these 5 crypto coins that Trump announced he was going to be investing in with this digital asset reserve perfectly align with the top holdings of Bitwise Asset Management, which David Sachs, the crypto czar billionaire dude, happens to have invested in. So isn't that nice for him? His top holdings getting a massive boost courtesy of you and me and every American taxpayer. What's more, yesterday, somebody bought $200 million worth of Ethereum and Bitcoin longs at 50 times leverage, as this person is noting. That meant even a 2% drop would liquidate all $200 million. So somebody with a hell of a lot of money was really fucking confident that this bet was going to pay off for them. So who knew?
Who would know that Trump was going to post that and announce it? Who could possibly have known that and invested in all of these 5 things and is now going to make billions of dollars? Now, who are the suspects?
Who knew ahead of time and was able to make...
The same thing happened with Trump's meme coin, right? The same exact thing happened with Trump's meme coin.
likely billions of dollars off of this announcement. You know, at this point, it is just undeniable that the core ideological philosophy of Trump 2.0 is just theft. It's just theft. Whether it is stealing Ukraine's minerals or Greenland's minerals or all of Gaza, whether it is...
No, this isn't a rug pull, right? These are things that are going to be backed up so people can cash out. I mean, it will be a rug pull once they cash out, but it's about most likely people like David Sachs, billionaires that have backed Trump, getting their payday, right? He's going to use our taxpayer dollars to back up 5 coins that are only backed by David Sachs, one of the billionaires, to back Trump. This is about getting billionaires their payday. This is insane. And like, if you're smart enough to understand this, you could never support this. This is sick. This is theft. This is literal theft. This is somebody using the White House to profit for the rich. Yeah, you guys, let me just finish this video and then again, I'll show you. I literally so again, this is Crystal Ball. That's literally her name, or maybe it's not her real name. I don't know. If I was a woman, I wouldn't be using my real name. She's a huge creator on YouTube. I put her information up before I started playing the video, but just to give ideas, if you ever miss it and need to go back. So all of these replays are posted on YouTube after, so you can always just go back and like if I post someone's information, you can look it up after. But in the Discord, which you can join through my link tree in the live source, in all of the links to any clips I show are there, unless I've delusional and accidentally leave a couple out, but this one for sure I know is. And then I try my best before I play the clips to show you guys. Let's see, let me just finish this because I don't want to find my place again.
Elon plundering the government, stealing multi-billion-dollar contracts from competitors, or whether it is this, using the taxpayer to pump crypto so it can be dumped onto all of us, with us serving as the backstop and the dupes for a bunch of billionaires who want to cash out their bag. That's what's going on here. It is a brazen smash and grab. And these same people will tell you with a straight face that we can't afford grandma's Social Security check.
Yeah, grandma can't live off $65 a day, which, as someone who literally backpacked through South America with nothing, it is hard to live on $65 a day in a third world country. That's what Social Security is. It's $65 a mother effing day. Meanwhile, the only point, Trump is a lame duck president. He cares about no one. We have children starving. We have food that we could just move out of a warehouse so kids could live in third world countries. And meanwhile, all he's doing is enriching himself and other billionaires who don't give an F about us. Wake up. Learn to read and learn to do basic math. And if you can't do that, watch videos. People are doing the work for you, MAGA. You don't even have to learn to read or do math. People are doing it for you. Surprise, you can pay $20 a month for AI apps that can do high-level statistical analysis. $50 apps will get, I mean, you can literally be an accountant. Like, there's no excuse. There is no excuse for ignorance when we all have supercomputers in our pockets. Like, unless you're in cognitive dissonance. Keep tapping the screen if you would like to support me. This is my Cash App and Venmo. I do all of this through your support. Most of it I just reinvest back into this. Oh yeah, I'm supposed to show you. Sorry. Oops. I always forget which way is back. This is her account. Breaking Points is her, I assume, is her show. She's amazing. She's friends with Kyle Kalinske, who, if you don't know who that is, he's a huge YouTube creator who has a huge brain. See, she has 578,000 followers on X. Like this, most people know who she is. This is not like, oh, we discovered her. Like, she's a big deal. So again, yeah, you could probably you could look up her name and all of her information will come up, but just screenshot this. This is her ex. But yeah, you can find her on Blue Sky. Is it his wife? Oh, thank you. Yeah, then that explains. And I'm not explaining, that makes sense. I didn't know that, but like that makes sense because I'm like, this woman's brain is firing on all cylinders. And so is Kyle Kalinski's. Those are two genius. God, if they have children, I'd love to meet that child. Those two are going to have a child who's like 1 year old just working in Excel. Those are two Those are two very smart people. Okay, so let's get into like our section on when town halls attack. No, I know listen, I know I'm smart, but like, you'll hear me say this. I'm just a sapiosexual. Like, I love people's brains. I'm fascinated by people's brains and also people with the courage to stand up. You know what I mean? And like, say the truth. So I like Crystal Ball. I don't play Kyle. I feel like Kyle Kalinske, if you know who he has enough simps. Like, he doesn't need me. I didn't know she was married to him. I just know that he seems to point out when she does good math. And it's true. Her math does math all the time. So I'll probably just continue playing her clips. Kyle has millions of followers that can support it. But again, so this is U.S. Senator Roger Marshall, Republican from Kansas. Okay. He has a town hall. Republican veterans are trying to talk to him. And you can find like longer clips of this if you want. And he literally, this is a veteran who's trying to talk to him. And then they basically are just like, I gotta go. And he's just like, bye. God, Republicans are horrible people. Like, don't schedule town halls, like, and then refuse to acknowledge that people are speaking to you. Like, in Kansas, these people, and if this isn't some Kansas people pissed off, I don't know what is. Again, this is from Heartland Signal. I highly recommend, because obviously these town halls are a big thing and like larger outlets are covering them, but Heartland Signal is finding like, listening to, like legislative sessions, finding important clips. Like, if you're like a blue dot, or if you're in a red state even and want to know like when gross people are doing gross things and robbing you, Heartland Signal is a great account to follow.
As far as cutting out those jobs, a huge percentage of those people, and I don't even know what you care about the veterans. Are veterans.
Yes.
And that is a damn shame.
Yes. Yeah.
That is a damn shame. I'm not a Democrat, but I'm worried about the veterans, man.
Well, I yielded to one of my elders, and I appreciate his comments. I think it's a great. I'm not going to. We don't have time for everyone to stand up. I do got 2 more commitments today. Appreciate everybody making the drive out, and God bless America. Thank you.
Did that to that man who's a Republican, by the way, and that other guy who's like, I'm not a Democrat. I'm worried about veterans' jobs. And he's like, bye. Like that's Roger Marshall. from Kansas. If you are smart, let me just tell you, like, as someone who has a very deep background in advertising and marketing, what in the, where is your media training? You cannot walk away from that moment. You don't give people this clip. Okay, we all know Republicans are liars. We all know they're going to let veterans be fired. We all know they don't care, but you still stay there and pretend to care. Like, in what world? But that's like, I was watching larger clips. He was hammered like over and over and over by people. And then he's just like, sorry, I'm just going to walk out on an old white man expressing his concern for veterans and another white man saying, hey, I'm not a Democrat. I just care about veterans. Can you just talk to me about this? And he's like, nope. So they don't even care about white people anymore. Like, that's what I'm trying to tell you. They don't care about this. White people are going to have to find out in red states. They don't even care when you speak. They are going to steamroll you. Yeah, the next election will be fascinating. Oh, this is another one. So if you don't know, Keith Self, I can't remember his district number. I used to know it. He's from Texas, or he's a representative in Texas. He had a town hall. Ugh, he's gross too. Oh, wait, no. Maybe, hold on. I need to find this video. Sorry. Just need to find the video really quick. Oh, I'm not in the presentation. Sorry. I was just in my random videos doing this. Let me find the video really quick. Keep tapping the screen. Are we at 30? Great job. Let's get to 350K. We're almost there. Oh my God. I have the funniest videos to show you. Almost. Where is that? Oh, I'm going backwards. Here we go. Oh, and this ski trip is so good too. Am I inside the presentation or outside? Man, this JD Vance ski trip was an amazing display of nothing. Oh, I'm not going to find that video. I don't want to find that video. It's going to take me to, hold on. I'm just going to try one more time to find it. I know I have it. It's just, if it takes, I just don't want to waste too much time looking for it. Josh should be here. Oh, wait. I think I found it. It's like the minute you want to stop looking and then you locate it. I think it's this one. Oh no, wait. These are different videos. I actually don't know where. I don't know. I'm not gonna. I know it's somewhere, but I'm probably staring at it right now. But I don't want to keep. No, wait. There. Oh, it's gonna be one of these. I don't know. I'll find it. But you can look up the Keith Self, and I have one of the clips in my presentation. It makes no sense. I can't find it, but I probably put it in the wrong presentation, and it will be harder to find. Sometimes I make mistakes. I'm learning to forgive myself for them. That's why I go to therapy. But anyways, Keith Self had a town hall. I guess I could find the link. Oh, well, I don't want to. It's going to take too long because I have so many other good town halls to show you. Oh, thank you so much. This is like a hugely Republican district. So, and by the way, this video I found of Keith Self's town hall, it was reposted. I think it's called Collin County Collin County, that is the county that Keith Self's district is in. And they're accusing everyone who was there of being Democratic paid operatives, which then you can find videos of north of Dallas. Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. I got it right then. And then they're accusing people of being Democratic operatives who were there, or paid operatives, which then people are like making videos and being like, I was a Republican, I was chanting. Like, it's ridiculous. These are like elderly people, by the way, who are like, I'm worried I'm not going to have Social Security. Like, they're like Democratic paid operatives. Oh man, but this is the best one. I love, because Tennessee is like the breeding ground for all of GOP's BS. Like, when I say, well, no, I don't mean breeding ground. I mean like test ground, right? Like, it's almost like they test horrific ideas there and force them through because they have a GOP supermajority. So I think that Republicans in Tennessee are not used to pushback, right? They're not used to people being like, hey, I've done my research and I think you're a fraud, right? So, and if you know Harshbarger, what's her first name? Is it Diana? Is it Diana Harshbarger? Sorry if I'm getting her first name wrong. I'm sure you guys will. Is it Diana Harshbarger? Yeah, Oklahoma is another one for sure. Is her name Diana Harshbarger? But anyways, Representative Harshbarger, she's from Tennessee. She had a town hall, and when I say she was run over like a train, like, I mean, it was awesome. There were like people who brought their like elderly mom there. It is Diana. Okay, got it right. Thank you. I love you. Stop asking. Love you. That like brought their elderly mother, and their God, this was like amazing. So again, if you don't follow the Tennessee Holler account, and it's people don't know what a holler is. It's like, so, oh wait, someone's telling me it's like a valley between two like hills or something, but it's like a hamlet, like in New York. It's like a little, like township or something, right? And they do a great job covering local news in Tennessee. So they're all across the internet, YouTube, everything. I highly suggest they're like pumping out all sorts of town hall stuff. I suggest following them because, man, if you are in Tennessee or anywhere around there, or actually anywhere in the country, they're doing a great job. Again, this woman is having the worst day ever. She had the worst weekend ever.
There's been a mandate to the president from the American people. Am I correct? No! There's not a mandate by the American people who are overwhelming. 30%! Congressional Budget Office, you know what it's going to be by 2035? It's going to be $59 trillion. Did I tell you? You've got people who pay more taxes. The top 1% of this country pays taxes, more taxes.
Like, no, weirdo. Like, I love this. I love when Republicans are faced with the truth, because like this woman, and I've always not liked her, but like is spewing conspiracy theories at this town hall, like just lying through her teeth. I don't know if she has a wig on or not. I don't know what is going on with her. I could not. She's giving me like, I call her the Margarine Taylor Greene of the Senate, like, or I call Margaret the Marsha Blackburn of the House. Like, it's giving me Marsha Blackburn vibes. It's so disgusting. It's just like, do you guys practice these lies in front of the mirror? Okay. So they try, and I love that. How long have you been waiting for a Republican to like a plus? I can't even remember, but that's a Trump deep district. And they're like, is there a mandate? No, weirdo. Like, what are you talking about? It will only take a few of you to stand up and protect it. Where do you stand? This is, now she's talking, oh my God, just brace for this. This is like genuine people being like, hey, I have a pre-existing condition. I have insurance from the ACA, the Affordable Care Act, and her just making up a bunch of lies and gaslighting people in real time. And listen to the woman who's filming, who's now my hero.
Paid to be here or to speak. I'm a retired public school educator with 33 years of experience.
My husband and I currently have health insurance through the marketplace created by the Affordable Care Act. I'm a survivor of breast cancer from 2021, so I have a pre-existing condition. If not for the ACA, I would be uninsured. I have a niece on the ACA who has diabetes and will be unable to acquire private health insurance as well. I'm fully aware that Project 2025, which is the blueprint this current federal administration is following.
Yep.
You haven't even read Project 2025.
You should have.
In all due respect, every
Just one, in case you're missing it, because I know it's hard sometimes to hear these town halls. This is a person who is saying Trump is following the blueprint of 2025, and that weirdo in Congress, who we are paying $200-something thousand a year or whatever, and is going to have a lifetime pension and lifetime health insurance, and is talking to someone who survived breast cancer and is like, I will not qualify for any other private health insurance. This Harshbarger is saying, I haven't read Project 2025. And the woman with the camera is like, you should have. Like, what is your job then? Tell us what your job is, weirdo, if not to read things. Oh, so even Republicans we're electing can't read? That's great to know, which I don't think that. I think she's a pathological liar who's complicit in stealing from the average American. But yeah, like imagine this woman's pleading for her health insurance and this woman saying, I haven't read that.
Yep.
You haven't even read Project 2020.
You should have.
In all due respect, everything that is happening was part of Project 2020. Excuse me, please let me answer my question. Okay, I'm shaking. This is very important to my life.
We're behind you.
Okay? In all due respect here, Project 2025 is happening before our eyes.
Yes, it is.
Okay?
Yes, it is.
Whether you have read it or not.
Yes, it is.
Okay, then maybe you should, because that is what is happening.
So yes.
Tell me what here's my question. Okay.
You should know.
I need to know where you stand. According to 2025, Project 2025, there'll either be the elimination of the ACA or extreme restructuring. I will be unable to get insurance. This is a personal issue for me.
Yeah.
I need to know, and I hope people are recording this because I'm going to keep you to your word what you said on this. Our representatives, and I've seen it so close between Democrats and Republicans, it will only take a few of you to be brave enough to stand up.
Yeah. Woo! Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, that's true, but you can't. What I've learned recently is you can't stand up without a spine. And it seems to me that although being born with spines, I mean, I previously understood as a science, oriented person that you can't be born without a spine. So my new assumption is that at some point, all these Republicans lost their spines, and so now, and all she's saying is like, it would only take a few of you, just like John McCain. Hey, not to bring up John McCain in Arizona, but I disagreed with John McCain on so many things, but he was the one vote in the Senate that protected the ACA. Right? They've tried to vote against the ACA like 60 times. The one time they were trying to make it so if you had pre-existing conditions, you could not be insured on the ACA. That's the famous thumbs down from John McCain. A lifelong Republican conservative was like, no, you're not doing this. It would take just a couple Republicans to grow a spine and protect this woman's health care. No, where are all the spines, Jer? We need to look into it.
That's right.
The president disavowed 2025. We're never going to get.
He just said, after this woman pleads for her health care insurance and for her niece with diabetes health care insurance, President Trump denounced Project 2025. He never read it. This woman hasn't bothered to even update the new lies. She's still on the lies from years ago. These people have no soul. I agree, Bronze. Absolutely. These people have no soul. They lie to your face. They are losing no sleep. And I believe that Trump never read Project 2025. I don't think he reads. I believe that every single word in Project 2025 is written in the executive orders that he signed. I believe that the direction of Trump's administration Constitution 110% mirrors everything written in Project 2025.
That paper is more sophisticated.
If you can't figure that out, or you are lying to old women pleading with you for their health insurance, then you need to go. This Diana Harshberger needs to go. Wake up, people in Tennessee.
Rid of all the Obamacare, because that's a safety net program. That's why when we talk about Medicaid, you're just going to get rid of the fraud, waste, and abuse.
It's going to have to it's going to be voted on. Where do you stand?
Wait, listen to me. You're not going to go without insurance. There's going to be a safety net program. I'm sure. I don't know what the president's finally going to say, but we know that there are millions of people. When I went to Congress, they offered Obamacare to me.
I need to know where you stand.
We want there's going to have to be a safety net program for people like you.
Are you going to support
Yes, of course. Listen, I'm on the committee that will make these choices.
Committee cutting Medicaid.
You think I'm the devil or the cartel and I'm the enemy. I am not. I am here to work for you to make sure you don't fall under that. Listen, the president understands that too. It is up to me.
She is trash. I don't know how else to say it. If you voted for that woman, like, she's on the committee that approved the cuts to Medicaid. They approved it. Like, what are you talking about? This woman is out of her GD mind. Oh, there needs to be well, there's not. There's not another plan. Like, what are you talking about? This woman. And you hear them saying, just tell us where you stand. Will you protect the Affordable Care Act? Never once a straight answer, because she won't, right? Like, if you were an honest person who could just say, right, you were elected and it wasn't just because you were just along for the ride to enrich yourself, then you would say, yeah, you guys elected me. I will not vote for any cuts to the Affordable Care Act. That it's super easy to say that. It would be crazy of me to cut my constituents' health care. She can't say that because none of these people operate under their own free will. They're all just liars and pathetic people who work for someone else. I'm wondering, this one was good. They ask her, like, what about Trump pardoning the J6 rioters? You want to hear a bunch of insane... This is basically the conspiracy. She is a whack job conspiracy theorist of all conspiracy theorists. Like, she starts being like, it was the FBI. Like, truly, imagine you're a person concerned about Trump releasing violent people into the community and you're being gaslit. Like, hey, Diana, you've already made it clear you can't read and are corrupt, but I can help you. Reports have been released. No, it was not the FBI. You could simply read the congressional reports, the FBI reports that have been released, and know that that's not true. I read them because I can read. If you work in Congress, what is your... And here's the thing. You have a staff to read for you. She doesn't even have to read. You can have other people read and summarize it for you. That's how I know she's a pathological liar.
Wondered how you felt about President Trump pardoning the January 6th rioters.
That's right.
Committed crimes, especially those against our police officers.
If there's someone that had a prior criminal record, then your state and local law enforcement should be able to track them. I don't know who all he did pardon.
Do you support it? Do you support it? Just answer the question.
I was there.
I know. Answer the question.
We're going to delve deeper into that. We're finding out that some of those people and those FBI agents were outside. And I'm not going to...
It's a yes or no question.
Why did the January 6th committee destroy hundreds of pages of documents?
It's a yes or no question.
Yeah, I just want to be clear they didn't. That's an easily debunkable lie. I, who've read all the court documents, that was just a stalling tactic that now has turned into a continuing lie, right? When Trump was being prosecuted federally in the January 6th case, he just said a bunch of documents were missing, and Judge Shucket's like, well, which ones? And he's like, I don't know all of them. I think they destroyed them. Like, that's what they tried to claim. And then she's like, do you have any evidence of this? That's not true. None of it is true. If you can read, you know it's not true. You have a staff of people that could fact check that for you. So you are a liar who's just carrying water for a guy who refuses to admit that he lost an election. Like, what are you talking about, lady? People are pleading for their health insurance, and she's spreading conspiracy theorists for a narcissist who can't just say, "Hey, I lost an election," and she's here pathologically lying for him.
It's the Democrats who destroyed hundreds of pages of documents.
Answer her question.
Were told not to destroy them. I agree with the parts of some of those people who walked in and walked out. Anyway, the January 6th pardons, the president, that was one of the promises he made on the campaign trail, and he did. Wondered how.
He's a full-on conspiracy. This woman's out of her GD mind. If you elected her, if you live in a neighboring, this is what I'm saying. If you're in Tennessee, someone needs to do something about all these people. They all need to go. These people all carry Tim Burchett, Andy Ogles. They all say the same lies. It's time for these people to go. Your only job as someone in the House is direct democracy, right? You were elected to represent the people that live in that one little district and their interests. That's it. That's your only job. And that is the only thing these people are refusing to do. I know, I almost swore, Jared. Thank you. I know you want me to swear more. I was swearing a lot last week. I was so angry. I did a lot of swearing. It's because I used to be a second grade teacher. Like, I trained myself not to swear. And also, like, because of YouTube and trying to monetize YouTube, like, it's not great to swear for. I used to work in advertising, right? If I start swearing all the time, my content is worth less money. You guys don't understand that, but I do. Not everyone wants to hear people go on psychotic rants full of swearing. I mean, I don't mind it. I think it makes you smarter if you swear, right? I've read actual medical studies about it. Like, the more ways you can use a swear word in different contexts is actually a sign of intelligence, right? Brittany, thank you for the $5. Thank you for sharing your beautiful brain with us every day. Thank you for saying that. That is so sweet. And Johnny Longtrail, yay, found you on YouTube. Thank you for finding me on YouTube, and thank you for being here. I appreciate it so much. This is my Cash App and Venmo if you want to support me. Probably need to update gift gold. No, I think I'm good. Just pin it really quick. But let's see. I think I have more. Oh, wait. I have one more video. I might have two more, but I have one more specifically of this crazy lady I found at the end of making this presentation. I put it at the very end because I was like, I cannot miss another video of her lying her little face off. This woman's out of control. Diana Harshbarger needs to go. And she's bragging about being on the committees that make these decisions. Ew, lady. How much did you take out of Elon's? Oh my God. Wait till you hear this. How much did you take out of Elon's money?
How much did you take out of Elon Musk's money? Elon Musk doesn't get paid.
$8 million a day. $8 million a day.
I want you to listen, and I want to talk to you, but you got to be respectful.
But we want the truth.
I'm giving you the truth.
But you said Elon Musk doesn't make any money from our government. He makes $8 million a day from government.
He has contracts. That's not my department, honey. If he has contracts,
it's government contracts. Who pays those government contracts?
Implemented in place before this year. When you listen to propaganda news and you don't go to the source, let me ask you something. How many of you belong to a Democratic agency that had paid you to come? None of your business. None of my business. Where's your sign, okay?
Nobody. This woman's serious. Hey, let me just tell you something. If these were all journalists who were there, the truth does not change. Elmo gets $8 million a month in taxpayer dollars. He's the largest welfare queen in the country. That's why it's relevant. It's the truth. Hey, Elmo's getting $8 million of tax, $8 million a day. I'm sorry, a day. Did I say a month? I meant a day. If I said a month, I meant a day. He's getting $8 million a day of taxpayer money. Those are facts. That's how much. That welfare queen is in charge of deciding what is waste, fraud, and abuse. Step one, waste, fraud, and abuse is giving the richest man in the world any money, period. That is $8 million a day. Yes, it's in government contracts. He gets $8 million a day. He's now, and I just want to be clear, what Elmo's job is to look at government contracts that were appropriated by this weirdo. So she's like, that's not me. What the do you think your job is? You're appropriating things, right? Like you appropriate. That's what the legislative branch does. And so literally, he's sitting here combing through and being like, this government contract is waste, but all mine aren't. And the ones I'm trying to cancel, contracts that have already been completed, to assign them to myself. Like the Verizon one that Rachel Maddow was telling us about, to assign it to Starlink, or the one that turns out for electric vehicles for the military, the $300 million one that just popped up out of nowhere last month. And then they took the word Tesla out and just said military electric vehicles. But he's still getting it.
That paper is more
this is the guy.
Computers.
Do you get it now? He gets $8 million a day in government contracts. For some reason, he's the richest man in the world and still thinks he needs them. I think we should start by cutting all of his money. If you want to decide what waste, fraud, and abuse is, you get no more money. And also, he gets no more money, period, for any reason. You're the richest man in the world. Fund yourself. We funded the internet that built your company. That's infrastructure our tax dollars funded. We funded your companies. He's already got $38 billion from us. You don't need any more. I don't know how much more money a person needs. Like, you've gotten enough. But that's the point, is he's getting $8 million a day and then allegedly is the last and final say of what fraud is. You are literally fraud walking. But the kids starving who want the food to come out of the warehouses, who are dying of malnutrition, that's waste, fraud, and abuse that they're cheering on. The starvation of children and mothers in third world countries. But Elmo, he needs his money. That makes perfect sense. FOD, thank you for the super chat. At what point do real Republicans stop the stupidity? Now, that is a great question. I like to word it as, how long does it take somebody to grow a spine? But I don't think they want to. Kara, thank you for the $2. Love your lives. Trump claims now the attendees to town halls are now paid actors. Oh, I know. That is the new talking point, or they're paid. That's why she said, how many of you were paid to be here? No one is the answer, right? Like,
A day later, the congressman was scheduled to meet with the North La Crosse Business Association here at Pearl Street Brewery.
So again, this is Wisconsin. I hate Derek Van Orden. He's just as bad as Harshberger. This man cancels his town hall because he's too afraid of his real constituents that might show up there, moves it across town, refuses to tell anyone but his own people, but his own audience that he knows won't answer hard questions. And now the local news in Wisconsin is reporting on it.
Instead, Van Orden's staff changed the location to here at Castaways, which some of those who signed up say their registration was removed and they were not told about the location change.
I signed up for this event. I had a ticket. I got an email this morning that my ticket was rescinded. I was not allowed to participate. Why? Because I am a constituent that's going to stand up to Derek Van Orden and say You cannot do this.
And it's been over a year since we've seen a public town hall from him, not these private scripted events. A lot of folks have questions. It's not a Republican or a Democratic thing. It's an American citizen thing.
Reporting in Wisconsin's 3rd Congressional District, I'm Chandler Brindley.
All your Congress people, and that's the thing, like, I'll say it again. I am in a Freedom Caucus members district, a Republican-held district in Arizona. I'm a registered Democrat. Can I not show up to a town hall where I pay taxes because I'm a Democrat? Like, make it make any sense. No, not Andy Biggs. He's in Mesa with the Mormons. God, no. If I was in Andy Biggs' district, Andy Biggs also won't hold town halls. Oh my God, people would run him. Andy Biggs is another person in hiding. He had like a digital town hall once that was like overrun. And if anyone questions Andy Biggs, he just says, "Oh no, like." You're just a paid operative. This is Mike Lawler's in a pretty swing district in New York. Hopefully not for long. New York 17, and they were just protesting him full on out all weekend.
Mike Lawler doesn't give a damn that these children will suffer, that they will be denied appropriate medical care.
I hate Mike Lawler is awful. This is what I'm saying. If there are everyone find out what your local district is, your LD. There's mailing lists, there's local events, and they'll help you find out about any local town halls or protests. Sign up for whoever your congressperson is. Like if they're a Republican, get on that mailing list, find out about that, right? Like, attend these events, speak your mind. There's nothing wrong with showing up. Oh, I agree. They need to do what I'm saying. And meanwhile, this is Mike Johnson, their leader, who is literally just a Trump sycophant who has no opinions about anything other than everything. They're all doing a great job. I have nothing bad to say about anyone. And if you guys don't know, the reason this is all culminating to a head is tomorrow. This weirdo has invited Trump to speak in front of Congress. And most Democrats, and we'll get to that, are boycotting it. They're not going, I think, like most of the Democrats we like are not going to go. Trump's just going to tell a bunch of lies, right? And it's going to be public and it's ridiculous. So I think most Democrats are actually boycotting it, and they're going, a lot of them, like Wyden and stuff, they're going to have town halls in their own like districts to address concerns about Medicare, Medicaid and stuff. That's what I was seeing today. So yeah, like I'm fascinated by all this. This will sicken you. Keep tapping the screen.
So you say there won't be any cuts to entitlements, but on Friday, Elon Musk, who President Trump has, of course, put in charge of making cuts all across the government, called Social Security, quote, the biggest Ponzi scheme of all time. Mr. Speaker, is that a sign that Social Security is Elon Musk's next target?
No, well, I've met with Elon about this multiple times. We meet late into the night in his office, and we've looked at that. What he's finding with his algorithms crawling through the data.
The Speaker of the House meets late into the night with an unelected, with the richest man in the world who has no legal standing, should not have access to our Social Security information, and is combing through it. Does that help you guys feel better? We are being robbed, and this folding like a lawn chair in front of our eyes is Mike Johnson. You are a loser.
Of Social Security system is enormous amounts of fraud, waste, and abuse.
So it's a target.
And we need
to
target that. The American people want us to. No, Kristen, don't put words in my mouth. What I am saying is we have a moral responsibility to ensure that those programs are conducted in a way that does not allow for this massive fraud and abuse. And that's what he is finding. So
you say there won't.
can no longer stand to hear Mike Johnson's voice. Anytime I hear it, I'm just like, oh, we're all going to be gaslit and lied to for a second. Yeah, we already earlier in this live went through the actual, Biden, again, not Trump. Trump fired the real auditors. I just wanted to be clear. If you want to root out waste, fraud, and abuse, you do not fire the auditors and the forensic accountants in the IRS that have the capability of doing that. Does that make sense? Trump fired anyone who is capable of rooting out real waste, fraud, and abuse, right? Like, we did this in 2024, and the real auditors, the Inspector General of the SSA, found that it's less than 1%, but it's still 71 billion. And they determined, because I've actually read a lot of the report, like there needs to be technical updates, right? And different checks and balances put into place to stop fraud. But it is technically less than 1% of all money sent out. So by a percentage, it's low, but there are recommendations of how to stop it, none of which is this country or are Republicans interested in implementing or being honest about. These people are liars. Great job. Keep tapping the screen. I'm trying to get to 400 subscriptions also on TikTok. If you would like to subscribe, please do.
It's worth noting the Social Security Administration's internal watchdog found that less than 1% of benefit payments were improper. Yeah. I do want to get to my final question, though, which is about the shutdown.
Don't believe it. Hey, don't believe it.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
I totally forgot that was here. I totally forgot that I recorded that. I forgot. No, do you hear this lie? Don't believe it? Well, that's the only credible audit that's been done. Everything else that Elmo has said has been debunked by auditors and forensic accountants that nobody is refuting. So this pathological liar is saying, don't believe the last credible audit of the SSA done by an inspector general. Elmo, probably in a K-hole this weekend, said it's a Ponzi scheme, what we've all been paying into and are counting on to take care of us for the rest of our lives. And this, I won't say, I can't do it, Jared. I want to swear, but I can't. This man is saying, don't believe the only person qualified who over a year audited the SSA last. And I just want you guys to know, in the one breath that they say, don't believe it, in the next breath, they use that 71 billion, that Inspector General report to say, oh, there's 71 billion, because that sounds like a lot unless you know that actually that's less than 1% of Social Security, right? But then they won't put it in context, and they'll say, oh, we found 71 billion of waste, fraud, and abuse. That's why I say, when you hear like them reporting things, it's from reports Biden had inspector generals do in 2024. Trump fired these people. They're not there anymore to do their job. To audit something, it's not some whack job K-hole person who brings in unqualified 19-year-olds who aren't auditors and aren't accountants. They're not finding anything. It takes months and months and years to audit a company, right? Publicly traded firms are externally audited. If you've ever witnessed an external audit of a publicly traded firm, this is going on like 20 hours a day for months and months. It is the most intense thing. When I first got out of college, I just happened to get hired as an accounting assistant, and I hate accounting. I have nothing to do with accounting. I was just hired through a temp firm, and I worked on an external audit of a publicly traded commercial real estate firm. If you've never witnessed something like that or been forced to be a part of it, it's not Elmo hiring 19-year-olds to search for words and then just firing people. This is a joke. Wake up, America. And if you support this, I'm sorry, then you're an idiot. Then if you support what Elmo's doing, just raise your hand and say, I have no idea what I'm talking about. I'm in a cult. and I'm in a low information silo. I don't question anything. I don't do my own research. I, in fact, have no idea how to do research. It is now an admission of idiocy. The math has come out. Like, if this doesn't make the math's not mathing. So if you show up on the internet to debate and be like, yeah, Elon Musk is finding waste, fraud, and abuse, the joke, then just wear a t-shirt that says I'm an idiot and turn your camera on. You don't need to any more support them. Just say, I have no idea what I'm talking about and I'm an idiot. That's why I had to stop debating. And I just wanted to show you this because, like, Tom Suozzi, right, is in a Trump +5 district. This is Long Island, New York. It's George Santos's old district, right? This went Trump +5. He had a town hall. He got a standing ovation. Like, I just want to show you, like, not all town halls are going bad, right? You can be honest and answer questions, and then your town hall can go well. You just can't be a pathological liar. The key to a town hall is answer questions without, like, insulting people's intelligence. Because there are people doing town halls in Trump districts and coming out of them alive.
Freaking out. Everybody's like, I'm Mr. Like, let's work together, let's try and find common ground. And what happened in the White House yesterday, I was so pissed off. I wanted you to get that out of your system.
And this, again, all these town halls happened this weekend. So when he says, I was sickened by what happened in the White House, what he's saying is Trump and what he did to Zelensky is unacceptable. This is a Trump +5 district. Like, and Tom Suozzi is a pretty moderate Democrat, right? Like, pretty honest guy. Like, I don't have problems with moderate. It depends on who you are and how much of a truth teller you are. I like Tom Suozzi. I think I understand, like, when you're in a swing district, and I think I have to explain this, like, sometimes we all want every Democrat or every leftist to be so progressive, but you have to understand the district which people are holding, you know what I mean? And this is a Trump he's in a Trump +5. That's pretty extreme, right? And this guy is just a guy who's like, hey, it kind of like me, like, hey, every decision I make is data driven. These aren't my feelings. I just go look at, and I'm just reading, I'm doing research, I'm doing statistical analysis, and then I'm forming opinions, right? And if the numbers change, and I've said this, like, the day I start doing statistical analysis and white people and the legislation being passed is discriminating against white people, then I'll change my mind. Right? Like, I'll support any marginalized group who is being marginalized, right? Like, that's the truth. My decisions are data driven. And I would say that's how Tom Suozzi is. He's just like, hey, I'm an honest person. Like, tell me your opinions. And then, like, I'll do some research and I'll come back, I'm going to look at some numbers and then, like, I'll come back at you. And, like, that's what I love about New York. People just, I should have been born in New York, truthfully. Because, like, if there's one thing, I've talked to Democrats, Republicans in New York, like, people just appreciate, like, an honest conversation. You know what I mean? Like, if you can hold your own in New York, then you get respect just for holding your own. Like, I once had a grandma try to push me in the street in Manhattan because I wasn't walking fast enough. The true story. A 75-year-old woman almost pushed me in front of a bus my first week in Manhattan. I was like, I love it here. This is where I was meant to be. I just needed to walk faster. I think I was. In a former life, I was in New York for sure. Because it's like, that's where I was born to be. Oh, maybe I do have a clip of the Keith Self thing. Okay. Oh my God, yes. This is from that Keith Self town hall in Texas. I forgot about this one. So this person brought their mom, right? My mom went to town hall with Representative Keith Self. He's from Texas in Collin County. 300 plus in this Trump district showed up. This is a highly Trump held district, including just a dozen or so who support POTUS, in response to a question regarding GOP Medicaid cuts affecting access to home/community-based healthcare. Self said it wouldn't be touched. Bookmark it. So he's saying, like, keep this clip because this guy had the nerve to show up here and make this promise. And watch this, like, this is touching.
My name is Julia Chopper, and I am from Frisco. And this is my brother Bobby and my friend Rachel. And I would like to ask a question about the cuts that we're going to see in Medicaid and how they are going to affect a lot of vulnerable individuals, including individuals with disabilities. And Medicaid is not a handout. It's a lifeline that allows people with disabilities to live independently. And are you aware that cutting Medicaid is actually going to end up costing more to serve these individuals? In a state-supported living center, it's $33,000 a month to serve someone when it's $6,000 in the community through Medicaid waiver programs.
Now, these are exactly the kind of people that Medicaid was made for. And I tell you, this is not anything that would be touched. In fact,
they're yelling liar at him because he is lying. And you voted for Medicaid cuts, Keith. So also probably check your voting record. Like, that's the key. Like, don't stop at what these people tell you. Look up their voting records. If you are a Republican and you want to protect Medicaid, just understand that's a progressive issue. The protection of Medicaid look up Republican voting records on protecting Medicaid. It is abysmal. They are not protecting the most vulnerable, children and the elderly, the disabled, people that can't work. They are not protecting anyone. Oh, yeah. I forgot about this. I do have Keith Self clips. Okay, so Republican Congressman Keith Self tries to lie when questioned about the tax for billionaires he voted on, but his constituents aren't having it. And if you are on X, I tell you guys all the time, like, sometimes how I find good TikTok creators is there are these counts on X. This is one of them. This man supports Ukraine. He's great. That just like they're aggregators of good TikTok creators. Like, he finds TikTok creators and videos he likes and he reposts them on X. So that's how a lot of times you guys are like, who is this? Who did this?
You know that paper is more
thank you, Tom, for subscribing. You're amazing. And thank you to everyone else who subscribed. I'm trying to get to 350 today. So if you can subscribe on TikTok, please do. But yeah, so if you are on X and are interested in one of these like aggregators of really good TikTok content, like, he posts awesome videos. Yeah, this is Keith Self explaining why he gave a tax cut to the wealthy once again. Always check their voting records because these people are liars. Oh, sorry. I forgot. Wait, why do I want this? Hold on. I will find. Sorry. I know I have this video. Give me 1 second. Thank you so much. Oh, I forgot. And I was, now I remember what I was doing. I was just, if anyone wants to know where this came from, this is the TikTok account it came from. Again, I need to pin my live goal. I updated it, but didn't pin it. There we go. Okay. This is the actual account this video comes from on TikTok. Again, this is that other guy I showed you is a guy who finds interesting TikTok videos and creators and reposts them on X. But if you want to know what account this came from, it's really obscured, weird. I've never heard from it. So screenshot it now because I have no idea who that is. Yeah.
You rely on these numbers to make a question. The question is, why did you vote for a resolution that actually balloons the deficit when your stated goal is to reduce it?
So, if in case you're not hearing, she's saying, why would you vote for a resolution that balloons the deficit if your stated goal is to reduce it? That's what she's saying. It's hard to hear at these things.
It's a great discussion, folks. First of all, I voted for it because it is a tiny, tiny, tiny first step to give it that. I don't disagree with Thomas Massey, who voted against it. On the other hand, we got to get a start on this.
Why didn't you vote against it?
Go back to Abraham Lincoln.
Oh my God.
Said if both sides are mad at you, it's probably a pretty good bill. If that's the criteria, this is a perfect The left is mad at us for trying to cut. The conservative right is mad at us for not cutting it up. By Lincoln's definition, this might be a pretty good bill.
Just want to explain to you what this liar is saying. He's saying, yeah, both sides are mad at you. It's a good bill. No, it's not. It's a horrible bill, period. You're ballooning the deficit to give rich people tax cuts. Trillions of dollars you're adding to the deficit. So rich people who already have way more than enough can have more. Nobody is winning. That's why everybody is mad. These people are such liars. Tattoo Maven, thank you for resubscribing. I appreciate it so much. You're amazing. But that's what they're saying, and this man is just gaslighting them while they sit there.
Good bill for the rich people. Good bill for the billionaires.
Get at that in a very minuscule way. So yes, there's going to be some short-term pain until we can get way out of this.
Tax the rich! 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 Tax the rich!
Love that. Keith Self. There's going to be some short-term pain. That's a quote from Elmo, the richest man in the world, who's not going to feel any pain. And this a-hole had the nerve at his town hall to repeat it. It is always the women. Why is it always women speaking up? Why? I guess we're more desperate. We're gonna be run over first. We all. And now can we move on to JD Vance trying to go skiing in Vermont, which, oh man, God, my whole Saturday morning was just me watching videos of people in Vermont just being like, get the out of here. I could watch videos of JD Vance being thrown out of Vermont for the rest of my life. If you guys don't know, JD Vance, after that absolute S show where he sold America out, sold our allies out, pathologically lied for one person and one person only, and that's Putin. Right? And then had the nerve to show up in Vermont and try to go skiing, and they were not having it. They do not want him skiing in Vermont.
However, Vice President J.D. Vance is vacationing in a remote ski town in Vermont, and we did see some protests today lining the streets, including one protester who held a sign that said, "Go ski in Russia, traitor." So very notable there. But remember that back.
Oh, I can't get enough of it. I'm never going to be able to. This Vermont sign game is on point, which it is. I will say that. And some of the funniest signs. Vance is a traitor, go ski in Russia. Many people had this sign. Vance uses fake syrup. Ooh, oopsie. Goodbye, free world. Trader Trump loves Russia. Go ski, Russia trader, deport Elon. There are so many funny sides. I love Vermont too. I think I need to move. I also love to ski. The reason I went to college to play volleyball was to ski. Had nothing to do. I mean, that's not the best place to play volleyball. It's because I'm an avid skier. I might have to just move to Vermont to support the efforts. Oh, this is Ron Filipkowski's like, I think this was my favorite photo from Vermont this weekend. Our cows shit better ideas than Vance. Our cows shit better ideas than Vance. And I think that's pretty much accurate. JD, you've never had your own ideas since you started hanging around Peter Thiel. Like, this makes me I might start wintering in Vermont for the ski season. I'm just going to move in. Facts. Once your youngest daughter goes to college, get my bedroom ready. I'm just going to move in and ski. Good morning and happy Sunday to everyone who was glad to see Vermont protesters giving JD Vance the finger for what Fox News referred to as the fiasco in the Oval Office. This was the next morning, and this is Fox News. They have even lost Fox News. Trump and Vance are a disgrace.
Vice President J.D. Vance and his family following yesterday's fiasco there in the Oval Office with Ukrainian President Zelensky. There's some new video now we have showing the vice president being greeted by protesters holding anti-Vance, pro-Ukraine signs as he makes his way there to Vermont for a ski resort vacation. More protesters met the Vance family outside of the resort, and the family ultimately had to move to an undisclosed location. For Vice President J.D. Vance.
I just love it. What is this ski? I'm going to get it wrong because, I'm a Killington, but when I would always go to Killington when I skied in Vermont. But what is it? Sugar Bush? Is that where he was trying to go? And they had to move him to an undisclosed location. Yeah, I've never skied at Sugar Bush, but I do love me some Vermont. I love the Berkshires. I love the East Coast. I do. I just love the people, the way that people just say whatever they're thinking. And then I thought this is an account which I just followed after I took this screenshot, but it's called Vermont Public, at Vermont Public. Hundreds of protesters gathered in Waitsfield on Saturday morning to protest Vice President J.D. Vance, who is visiting Vermont with his family for a ski trip this weekend.
He is recreating while thousands of people are losing their jobs, losing their health care, losing their funding.
Oh, that's a good one. This is a group of people who has always been supportive of standing with Ukraine. However, I think yesterday's performance at the White House has probably galvanized even more people to come out today.
After what he did yesterday, he crossed the line.
Then, after the meeting yesterday with Zelensky, I feel like all of America should be out here protesting.
I do love this. I could watch these videos all day. And if you ever need to pick me up, I do suggest just looking these up because there are some really funny videos of people. They're on the ski slopes. God, there are really funny videos of them trying. It was hilarious. I do suggest looking these up if you need to pick me up.
Ski Russia because J.D. Vance has no friends in Vermont, but he's got lots of them in Russia, so he should go there for vacation.
I really believe that the way to fight fascism, which is what this is to stand together, to not let them divide us.
J.D. Vance had plans to ski at Sugarbush Resort this weekend with his wife and 2 kids. Several grassroots organizations and protesters line the streets of Waitsfield, about a mile down the road. Organizers say they believe there were over 1,000 people against the dozens of Trump administration supporters.
I'm a federal employee. I watched 11 of our federal public servants get illegally fired, and it's all due to the complacency of this jerk.
And as
It's all due to the complacency of this jerk. Could not agree more, Vermont. Give him hell. I love that. Thank you so much for the stamp. I need to reset the gift goal, I think, because I think that probably pushed it over the edge. The more I reset the gift goals, the better we do in the algorithm. Look how much better I'm getting at this. I almost don't need 17 people to remind me every 5 seconds to do things.
You sold us out to Putin! You're a bootlicker! Fuck you! Bootlicker! Go to hell! You betray our country and our allies! I hope conditions at Sugar Rush suck tomorrow! Go to hell! I hope they give you fake maple syrup tomorrow!
This is so funny. This woman's hilarious.
I don't know what the hell you are! Go to hell! I wonder if it's missed. I don't know. I have no opinion on this car. You're a medic. You're probably fine. You might have sold this out to Putin. I don't know who's in there. You're from Vermont. I don't know about you. All right. Yay!
I don't know. I think that's hilarious. You got to have a good attitude while protesting. That's hilarious. Whoever made that video is hilarious. That's so funny. Why are women just out here doing the Lord's work? Keep it up, ladies. We'll save the country and get no credit for it. I just want to be clear. I never am specifically looking for videos of women. It's just the ones that come up when I'm looking for videos of people protesting. And by the way, while JD was trying to ski, I just want to be clear, Trump was golfing and doing weird shit all weekend. Like, truly, none of these people are doing anything. They're running our country into the ground, enriching themselves, and then hitting the golf course and the ski resorts. Like, this is literally Trump's weekend. Look at him working so hard while he steals from all of us to enrich himself. And then meanwhile, I just want to show you how culty and this is someone who now has press credentials, Benny Johnson. This is a MAGA podcaster / liar. I only say that because everything he's always reporting on turns out to never be true. Keep tapping the screen. Let's keep tapping. We're almost to 500K. Let's get to 500K. You guys are doing an amazing job. Rob Vilikowski's like the most idiotic cult ever. Look at what Benny Johnson is saying about Trump. President Trump at Mar-a-Lago. He's literally golfing. He has his golf outfit on. President Trump at Mar-a-Lago on the phone working. An absolute machine. A machine of McDonald's eating. Look does this look like a machine to you? Get somebody explain to me what type of machine this looks like. It looks like a very unhealthy, confused machine. Like, this looks like a machine. It looks like my grandpa who doesn't understand like where the sound comes out of the phone, and it's just like a gumball machine. It's about the shape of a gumball machine. Maybe that's what I was looking. I was thinking, what type of machine is this? Maybe it is a gumball machine. Like, this is no machine I want to own or operate. His pear-shaped body. Like, meanwhile, he critiques how women look. Like, sir, don't worry about how any women look. Worry about how you look. It is a full-time job to try to make yourself look better, and you are losing the battle 24 hours a day. Do not worry about how any women look. You look awful. Like, anytime you think, oh, I should comment on a woman's looks, just look at yourself and recognize, oh, this is going to piss you off. Hold on. This is real life. This is this weekend. Okay. After what he did, think about how much you're paying for eggs. I think wholesale price is now like at $11 for eggs. And this is Elmo and Trump this weekend. This is not a joke. This is real. You know what's really upsetting? Trump has way bigger boobs than me. He has huge boobs. Like, I have no boobs. No, there's no volume. It's not volume. There's no volume. They're doing some sort of conga line. I don't know. Like, Trump has like double D boobs. I know Musk's got his human shield on him. If someone's going to unalive, it's not going to be Musk. Why are Trump's boobs so big? It's really like with him all the time. In case somebody wanted to unalive Elmo, he's just like, sorry, I got this kid in front of me. Like, it's so messed up. I just saw this, and yeah, there's no sound on the video, but it's like, this is this weekend. Like, remember when we're all looking at pear-shaped Trump? This is him. Like, what? They're having billionaires enriching themselves while we're all suffering, doing a conga line. Well, and Elmo had to bring his human shield because God knows he's not going down. And I just want you to remember this video. You're like, why are you showing us this? This is what Trump was doing this weekend. And then when you hear one of my favorite Democratic strategists, which again, he's not some far left strategist, he is a moderate Democrat, right? James Carville from the backwoods of Louisiana, talking about Trump, which, by the way, like, to say that James Carville drags Trump in a way I've never heard Trump dragged before. I mean, this gets aggressive, but think about it. This is what Trump's up to. Well, telling us we need to work harder, we're lazy, black people can't do their jobs, it's Biden's fault, egg prices are high. I just want you guys to know, if you don't understand what's going on with the economy, they were predicting our GDP to expand. They're now predicting a pretty large contraction. Like, the economy is officially failing. We are going into a recession. Like, the projections, what was previously predicted when Biden was in office, the positive outlook for our economy, that's not what they are any longer predicting. They are predicting our economy to contract. Yeah, negative 2.46. Thank you. God, people are smart here. It's about a 2% contraction. That's recession. But that's great for billionaires, right? That's what billionaires want. Billionaires don't buy things when they're expensive. Like, if you grasp one thing from me today, grasp this lesson. Recessions are only good for one group of people, the rich. If you're the rich, do you want to buy anything when it's at its highest price? Or do you want to snap it up in a recession, right? That is the point of the boom bust of capitalism. Boom bust. Capitalism is a sine wave. When normal people like us go bankrupt in recession, that's when huge transfers of wealth happen to the top of the economy. Billionaires buy at the lowest, right? Buy low, sell high. Boom, bust. If you don't think billionaires push the economy to collapse on purpose, then you're not paying attention to the game. The point is to collapse the economy, and that's when they buy up what we all foreclose on. That is the pattern. Capitalism is a sick pattern, and guess who never wins? The dumbest people on earth think that anything has ever trickled down. The point of capitalism is the trickle up. In the bust, they snap everything up at its lowest price. Wealth is transferred to the top of the economy. Now, listen to, oh my God, this will, trust me, I know we're talking about some hard things. James Carville ate Trump for dinner. And if you, oh my God, I love this man. Oh, and can I just say, as someone with a black dad, like, this is not a saying native to Louisiana, what he's talking about at the beginning. My dad says this, like, I could say some other sayings, but they're not appropriate for the internet, and I think I'd be demonetized. But yeah, like my dad, if people were just walking down the street, my dad would say this.
I was going to comment on something else, but it's impossible for me to ignore the events in the Oval Office earlier today. It's stunning. I think anybody watches this saw it. And I'm torn for an explanation, but there's something clear. There's an expression here in South Louisiana. It's not totally true, but it's you mostly hear it from black people. And they'll say, that boy ain't right. And if somebody's obviously having some kind of a personality disorder or whatever. Well, when you look at Trump, the first thing that comes to your mind, that boy ain't right. And we've seen so much, and we've gotten so hoo-ha, and all of the crazy things that he does, we've kind of become immune to him. Or, I mean, it's almost like a yawn. And this one just stuck out as something really, even by Trumpian standards, was hard to do something extraordinary. And us being rational people, us being people that believe in reason, are going to tend to wonder, what was the cause of this? What was the cause of this? A man who's obviously for a long time been in decline, who's fat, who doesn't sleep at night, who eats nothing but hamburgers and crap, who's almost 80 years old. There's a tendency to.
Is he lying, or is he just listing some information? Like, where's the lie? All I heard was this man just listing facts. Like, I just think I just heard him list a few things that we all know to be true, like straight up facts. Like, I listened to this like 5 times this morning when I was like depressed.
Fat, who doesn't sleep at night, who eats nothing but hamburgers and crap, who's almost 80 years old. There's a tendency to just ascribe it to the normal process of being overweight and having a bad diet and lack of sleep and accumulation of age. But I'm not sure that explains something as dramatic today. And I'm a guy, I like to ask questions. I like to speculate on things, but that's why we have this YouTube channel. That's why you viewers and listeners, that's why we get along as well as we do. And I want to see the possibility that maybe I had a point considerably earlier than this when I pointed out on this very channel where Trump had red splotches on his hand, which I was told by any number of medical professionals that when you see that condition, the first thing that you suspect is syphilis. We know from any number of videos that his wife doesn't want to get in the same zip code as him. If you had a spouse that had syphilis, I'm not saying he does. I mean, let me be clear. I'm just asking questions. But what you saw.
For the record, I'm just posting a video of someone asking questions. I didn't say this. I'm just posting a video of another person asking questions. That's all I'm doing. Just people asking questions and another person posting that video of people asking questions. That's all. That's all that's happening here. Nothing to see here.
Is madness. And I don't mean madness like I'm mad at you, you mad at me, you didn't say this. I'm talking about madness like King George III kind of madness. And it could be a combination of being a fat fucking slob, which of course he is. It could be that he's can't sleep at night because his beached whale body can't allow the circulation it needs. I don't know. I'm not a sleep specialist or a medical doctor. But I think we should revisit the possibility of a syphilis diagnosis. And I know a lot of people that watch this channel, or some of you, or we get any number of MDs and professionals that are getting the comments, and some of you just well-informed citizens. But I don't think we can discount the fact that what we saw was mad. I'm not going to concede that I'm just asking questions. I'm just making an observation that everyone saw. We know that.
Give to it. Like, does that not make you feel? I watched this like 5 times. It gets better every time. It's in the outline, but again, if you want to find it fast, Mike Singleton, who's an amazing creator too, this is on X. It's just scroll down his just screen, like he posts. This is where I found it. Like he posted it, but again, James Carville has like a YouTube channel where it's called Politicon. Like he's just saying shit like this all day long. It's hilarious. But yeah, the fastest way to find this video, again, I'm gonna repost this, and you could just screen record it like when the live ends. It's on YouTube. A Girl Has No Name, or the links are in the live sources section in the Discord. Or again, this is who posted it. And man, did this make my morning. Discord is an app. So it's an app you download. And then just if you're watching from Twitch, YouTube, or TikTok, just in my link tree, there's a link to join the Discord, and you can join it and you can find it there. But again, the reposts of this live are on YouTube every day, and then you could just screen record it from there. Just scroll through to find it. But again, you just follow Mike or find him on X. That's probably the fastest way to find it right now. Just scroll down, because man, like that kept me this morning. I was running and I was just like, I will just listen to this on replay when he's like some fucking whale that can't sleep because he can't breathe at night. Like, oh my God, I could die now. Thank you, James Carville. What number is it in the outline? I'm not normally going to answer these questions because I just can't. It's not I can't provide any more ways for you to find this stuff. Like, really, truly, like, it's almost like I'm your mom at this point. Like, I just gave you 7 ways to find it, and then someone's like, I need you to find the number in the outline. Like, I need you guys to help me help you. It's 54. Like, I will never do that again. Don't ever ask me again to do that. No, it's just, I can't. If every time someone asks me to find a video, I went and like, I just can't. Like, I literally can't. I don't have the time, right? Like, I give you 18 different ways to find these videos. I can't. If you can't, you have to help me help you. Like, I just can't. And I did not record this whole thing because of copyright situations. Like, if I start playing SNL videos because of like the strict copyright laws on YouTube and stuff, like, I just can't. I might actually get in trouble for this, but if you guys did not see SNL this weekend, where Mike Myers is Elmo, I do suggest finding, you don't have to watch the whole thing, just find a clip of the reconstruction of what happened in the Oval Office on Friday, because if you need to like be uplifted, highly suggest. Like, I'll just show you like a minute of it because it's effing worth it.
And you know what? You're not even wearing a suit. It's disrespectful. Who shows up to the White House in a t-shirt and jeans like a garbage person?
You don't get that. Like, where do you guys remember at the Madison Square Garden? Like, and when Trump was in Pennsylvania after returning to Butler, where he'd almost been unalive, and Elmo was trying to jump, but he could not make it like even an inch as a Division One athlete. I have never seen a sadder attempt. Like, you could not have gotten like a credit card underneath his feet as he was attempting to jump. So, like, Mike Myers nailed that jump. Like, that's exactly what it looked like when he was doing it. Like,
Hi guys. Elon, we love your outfit. Very official and respectful. And I love when he gets that chainsaw right next to my head.
Thanks. Donald, what are you doing in my office? You know I'm the president now, right? I'm kidding. Okay, maybe not. Awesome. I mean, you got to make a joke, you know. You can really jam. Legalize comedy. Come on, legalize it.
yeah, I do suggest watching SNL because, like, they have so much material to work with at this point. But it's worth it now. I promise you, it's worth it to watch SNL. It wasn't for a long time. I was like, why are we watching SNL? But now it's better. I can't listen. I just explained it to you, so I'm going to explain it one more time. Because of copyright law, which you guys don't understand. If you guys understood how difficult it is to have a show where you play clips and not violate copyright law, it takes me 10 hours to make this outline and think about how long I can play these clips for how many seconds, who could violate me, and how to dispute copyright violations in real time and get away with it. I cannot play it. I literally just said that before I played the clip. So just in case, just listen when I say it. I promise you, it takes me 10 hours to make these outlines. I can't just take anyone's content and steal it and play it. It's illegal. Surprise. And also, like I said, you can go Google these videos and watch them yourself at any time. That's what I'm trying to say. I suggest you watch the whole thing. It's very uplifting and fun. But I will get my channel taken down for playing it. So, for the second time, I wish I could. I just can't. Anyways, and this is just a recommendation. I've talked about Decoding Fox News many times. This is a podcast. Also, it's an X channel. She's on Blue Sky. Like, here's all her links. Jeff Jarvis, who's one of the most famous like journalists/journalism majors in New York City, he got like the grant. I used to be a grant writer. He wrote the grant that got her funding. Like, and she is amazing. So the reason I'm just showing you this and suggesting you screenshot it, she's all over the internet. She's a genius. I don't need to show you this because like we kind of already covered it and will cover a lot of it, but she just makes these amazing threads. It's called Decoding Fox News because she does all sorts of like qualitative and quantitative research and specifically like breaks down Fox News in like as a very intelligent journalist/researcher. And she has this like, if you kind of didn't watch what happened last Friday, she has a thread of 10 different clips to show how Fox News covered it. Like, it's her pretty much covering propaganda. She's a genius too. So I would highly suggest, like, she has a thread of kind of like, here's how Fox News spread propaganda on that day. Like, and you will never like, and she does this. I mean, her research is so valuable. Her podcast is amazing. She's really funny. Like, so definitely look up Decoding Fox News. You can just Google Decoding Fox News. You don't really need all the information. And that's just like, I pretty much will show you most of these clips, but yeah, she just does a great job of like making it like, hey, here's why Fox is spreading propaganda. But I love this. So in 24 hours, the goalposts have moved. Europe should pay for it, right? This is what Trump was saying, right? Wasn't this what Trump was saying? This is an example of you'll never win when the goal is to just, devalue Russia or to shit on Europe and hand Europe to Putin. Like, you can't win. At first it was, we're paying for everything. We're paying for everything, which is a lie. Right? Europe has given way more money. The European Union's given way more money to Ukraine than we have. And then it went from Europe should pay for it to, I don't know if you saw what happened this weekend. The European Union basically is like, we are going to pay for it. F America. Like, we will pay to defend Ukraine. Surprise. Like, which I'm glad Europe has realized, like, we can't count on the US. Like, they've been compromised. Like, the US is backing Russia. Like, we can't count on them. So Europe is going to pay for Ukraine to defend themselves. And really mad when Europe says they will in fact pay. Like, Trump's now pissed. Really obvious what the true agenda here is, which I can't agree. And all of Trump's sycophants. This fanatic was born to an Estonian oligarch who became prime minister. Her husband made millions in Russia. Then she became prime minister. Of course, she's happy to pour all her resources into wars. Ukraine is Europe. We stand by Ukraine. They're talking about because Estonia is going to back and the EU are going to fund Zelensky to fight Russia. And now all these Trump sycophants like Glenn Greenwald, who did not used to be this insane, so it's interesting to see him, they're now mad, right? At first, the goalposts were at, this is about America first. We just don't want to pay for it. Hey, we want to support Europe. We want to support Ukraine. We just don't want to pay for it. And now that Europe's like, we're going to pay for it, they're like, F these people. Like, because the point is not about that. It's never about that, right? This is about literally tearing Europe down to back Putin. The goalposts just keep moving. Oh, and this is another great example of that. This is actually quite disturbing, right? And, well, actually, I'm trying to think. I do suggest following this account. If you want to follow them there, I don't know if they're anywhere but X, but this is just an account that posts, like, it's an aggregator of interesting content, like TikTok content. And so that's why I'm showing you what account this is. If you want to screenshot this and follow them, it's a really good account, and they find good TikTok content and then post it. Well, other types of content too. I shouldn't pretend it's just TikTok content. But this TikTok creator I'm going to show you is For the People, by the People, which I've showed you it before. You can see it here at the bottom. For the People, by the People. So again, and I'll show you articles to back this up because this is kind of confusing, but Mike Turner, right? This man used to run the Foreign Intelligence Committee. Basically what has happened is Trump, and I'll have Rachel Maddow break it down too. We're not gonna, basically they've stopped all the country's cyber operations against Russia. Like, what's protecting us in Russia's constant cyber war incursions into the US? Trump's just like, let's not do that anymore. We're not even protecting ourselves against Russia and their constant spread of propaganda and other attacks anymore. That's what's happening now in real time. I'll back that up with New York Times articles. And basically, Mike Turner, who, when it comes to Republicans, this is a guy who Trump, he was the head, he was the chair of the Foreign Intelligence Committee and basically was thrown off of it because he's too much of a backer of Zelensky, right? And now he's still sitting here backing Trump. I mean, not too heavily, but is still backing Trump in real time, being like, oh, that couldn't be true. Well, it is true.
I want to ask you something because of the position you have on armed services. CBS has confirmed these reports that Defense Secretary Hegseth has ordered U.S. Cyber Command to temporarily halt cyber operations and planning against Russia. The Washington Post reports that that's as long as the negotiations continue. There are no negotiations underway. Does this concern you? Have you been briefed on this?
I don't know. I'm not unaware of that. I don't believe that would be. There are too many, I'm certain, considerations there for that to be an accurate statement. So blanket.
But they have ordered Cyber Command to halt cyber operations.
Considering what I know considering what I know what Russia is currently doing against the United States, that would, I'm certain, not be an accurate statement of the current status of the United States operations.
You are confident that the United States...
I'm confident, considering what Russia is currently doing against the United States, the status against Russia would not be that. Considering what we are facing from Russia operations, yes.
All right. Thank you very much.
We in a nightmare? Because I'm pretty sure, like, just to be clear, this is not a joke. This is real. This is what is happening. So just to be clear, like, it appears Mike Turner doesn't want to admit, is in deep denial, or is just lying weirdly. This is what happened. We are no longer defending. Trump is letting Russia walk in and F with us. Hegseth orders Pentagon to stop offensive cyber operations against Russia. This is like the number one war, like battlefield, I should say. Like, you hear Republicans, because they can't read and don't understand, right? Talk about, I don't want to spend money on weapons in Ukraine. Cyber war is the real war. This is the war. Right? And any Republican backing Putin, you are a casualty of war at this point. You have been indoctrinated. And Trump has now ordered Hegseth to order the Pentagon to stop offensive cyber operations against Russia. We are no longer working to defend ourselves on the internet against Russia's constant incursions into the U.S. And this is not just reported. This is a New York Times article, but this is reported far and wide by every publication. You could just look this up. I do suggest everyone should know about it. It is terrifying. Like, this is a huge deal. And then we have whatever his name is being like, oh, I don't know. Did that happen? Like, actually, let me find, because I want to let me see how far we are away from. It shouldn't be. Oh, yeah. Okay. Maybe I'll skip around a little bit. I'm trying to think. One of these videos I feel is less important. And I want to show you. Well, okay, we're 2 away from Rachel. Because Rachel Maddow, and people were talking about this when I was debating on Friday night. Rachel Maddow, after that fiasco with Trump and Putin, Trump basically aligning our country with Putin against all of our wills. Rachel Maddow had a show last Friday night, and she basically was like, yeah, hey, it's Friday night and I'm tired of this and I'm just gonna like rip this guy. I'm gonna drag this guy into next month. Like, I have all 11 minutes of Rachel Maddow just being like, hey, I'm gonna make every single connection and show you exactly how Trump has betrayed or sold our country out to Putin. It was probably the best 12 minutes of television I've ever seen in my life. But first, let me just show you one more video that's also an amazing video. Why am I forgetting his name? Rick Wilson, who is one of the co-founders of the Lincoln Project, which I was showing you guys a bunch of funny Lincoln Project videos. Ooh, wait, sorry. I need to make sure I'm in the right presentation really quick. Yeah, I am. I was showing you guys a bunch of, actually, I can give you an example of one really quick as long as we're here. Like last Friday, the Lincoln Project puts out amazing content. There's Super PAC. Like, this is a video they were putting out last Friday, right? They're like just showing that Trump sold our country out to Russia. Before I show you Rick Wilson, like, it's basically his reaction after what Trump did on Friday, and it is powerful.
It was the greatest honor. Hero of the Soviet Union, awarded to those who gave their all to defend the motherland. Today, it is the hero of the Russian Federation. The men and women who have served the motherland's interests with great honor and distinction. Marco Rubio.
We're going to need to have functional embassies in Moscow and in Washington.
Tulsi Gabbard.
According to the U.S. government, these biolabs are conducting research on dangerous pathogens.
J.D. Vance.
I don't really care what happens to Ukraine one way or another.
And the greatest hero of our time, Donald Trump. These heroes know Russia is a peaceful nation that will never bow down to the decadent American values of what they call democracy. Remember them. Let history record their names amongst the greatest of our heroes. Never forget, they live in our hearts forever.
So anyways, that's a Lincoln. Sorry, I'm just resetting the GIF goal really quick. So that's an example of like, sorry, if you don't know the Lincoln Project, that's the type of content they put out. I suggest finding them. They're a super PAC. They're amazing. They're former Republicans who are now never Trumpers. They despise Donald Trump and are basically putting out tons of content in protest of what he's doing. And if you've never met Rick Wilson, who's one of the co-founders of the Lincoln Project, let me find, sorry, normally I wouldn't make you watch me do this, actually. Let me find, so now I'm going to show you one of the Lincoln Project co-founders, well, and show you a great aggregator of content too. Hold on. Where did this go? Here. So this is Rick Wilson. He's one of the Lincoln Project co-founders. He's amazing. And this is his like real-time reaction after what happened in the White House. And it's like gives you chills.
I missed the live event in the White House, but I've now seen the tape. And I have to tell you, if you believe for one moment that the theatrical horseshit that Donald Trump and J.D. Vance just engaged in the Oval Office with President Vladimir Zelensky of Ukraine was anything but a big wet kiss on Vladimir Putin's puckered ass, you are mistaken. These men have sold out the world. They've sold out NATO. They've sold out Ukraine. And most importantly, they've sold out America's interests in the world. That.
Yeah, and keep tapping the screen. Did I not tell you guys last Friday, as someone who worked in advertising, that was completely planned? That was the most orchestrated, and actually poorly orchestrated as someone who worked in advertising, but very clearly orchestrated thing I've ever seen in my life. Every single thing we saw. Check Cash App. Okay. Do you want my Cash App, or do I need to check Cash App? My Cash App is A Girl Has No Name. It's right here. If you need it, you want me to check it. I'm surprised. I usually do check it. Yes, I want it. It's right here. My Cash App and Venmo are right here. Ooh, I need to pin. I keep using the wrong mouse to try to. Sorry, I have a million. If you could see how many things I do in TikTok Studio. I'm not just doing a live for my set phone. I have a million things going on in TikTok Studio. I'm just running software. So yeah, so this is my Cash App and Venmo. Sorry, pointing at the wrong thing. Right here. It's A Girl Has No Name, just like my account name. Sorry, because I was confused. I was like, did I miss something? I usually... Okay, so again, this is Rick Wilson. This is the guy behind all the Lincoln Project videos. If you don't follow the Lincoln Project, I mean, these people have made it their full-time jobs to drag Donald Trump 24 hours a day. Like, that's what I always say. We need to, like, they always say Democrats need to fight like Republicans. Like, these are former GOP operatives whose job it was to slander Democrats. And that's why they just are, I think their type of videos are so compelling, because they have no ethics and morals like Democrats do. They're just like, hey, we're going to tell the truth. This is going to be painful. We're going to humiliate him, right? And Democrats, if there's any problem Democrats have, it's that we take the high road too much. This is a fight for our literal country, our children's futures, our well-being. And as someone raised by a malignant narcissist, I promise you, it will not stop until we end it. If you think that one day he's just going to stop, it will never stop. And now that he's written this blueprint of how to do it, then the next malignant narcissist up, this grift will continue and continue and continue. We will have to stop it. If you think you're just going to sit and wait it out, it won't. You will have to get your hands dirty. You cannot make narcissists stop without getting your hands dirty. It takes a monster to stop a monster. Like, you want to know why like I am single and am in therapy? It's because in order to get to survive my traumatic childhood, I had to become a monster. And now I have to be in hours of therapy to unpack that and make sense of it. And to make sure I don't hurt anyone else, I have to be alone. So I tell you, if you think you're you don't have to sling mud, if you think it doesn't have to get ugly to stop somebody with no empathy from doing what they were doing, it will. I'm available. Thank you. Okay, message me. Like, if after that PSA you still want a date, like, hey, sounds like you need therapy. But again, if you think it will stop without you getting your hands dirty, I promise you, narcissists don't stop until you stop them. You can scream at your grandma if she deserves it. Trust me. Amen. Thank you. Thank you, Smith. Preach, because trust me, I have.
NATO, they've sold out Ukraine, and most importantly, they've sold out America's interests in the world. That was a absolutely outrageous moment in the history of diplomacy. It has never been seen before at that level, where an American president and an American vice president decided to stand with a dictatorial, autocratic war criminal in the name of Vladimir Putin, and to beat up the president of a country that has fought for its life tooth and nail for the last 3 years since the illegal Russian invasion of its soil. Donald Trump has always wanted to cut off Ukraine. He has always wanted to set the bar with this absurd mineral deal so high that no country could take it. He has looked for an excuse from the moment he was sworn in to screw Ukraine and to please Vladimir Putin. Do not mistake what you are seeing. This is not Trump being strong and masculine. This is Trump cosplaying. This is Trump and Vance cosplaying. They're calling their master back in Moscow and saying, did we do good? Did we do good? Because this is what it was. It wasn't about strength. It wasn't about American interests. It wasn't about peace. Donald Trump could give a shit about peace. If it makes him money, he'd walk over 1,000 miles of corpses. This is about pleasing Putin. This is about giving Vladimir Putin something he wants, and that is the reassembly of the old Soviet Union within its old borders. Am I angry? You bet the fuck I'm angry. Do you know why? Because this was an unnecessary and grotesque display of obedience to Vladimir Putin, to a man who is an avowed enemy of this nation, of its values, of its people, and of its interests. Donald Trump showed you once again, he doesn't care about your prosperity. He doesn't care about your security. He doesn't care about your values. He doesn't care about this country. He cares about Vladimir Putin. Whatever it is, I don't care, and I don't know. I don't care if if Comrade Krasnov is what's going on here.
You think he swears? Yeah, this is a fair time for a trigger warning. If you think you've heard Rick Wilson swear yet, I promise you the second half of this video is about to get dark. So yeah, fair. If you don't like, he's about to get very angry and be very honest. I like it though. I think we need to start saying the truth. This is pointless. Like, we all need to just start screaming the truth and save ourselves. I don't want well, Rick will tell it very accurately.
I don't care. It doesn't matter. I don't care if Trump just does this to troll people. It doesn't matter. What does matter is he has now placed America in a position where we are an unfaithful ally. He's now placed America in a position where we are standing with Vladimir fucking Putin. If you don't get this, if you think this is some triumph for America right now, if you think this is America first, you are a fucking moron. Let me be clear about that. If you think, Trump listeners, that I am insulting you right now by calling you fucking morons, I do so because you are fucking morons. If you believe that America's interests are best served in the loving arms of the murderous dictator Vladimir Putin, and that you're overjoyed right now by the contemptuous behavior in the White House by Trump and Vance, then you are a fucking idiot. I mean, I know I shouldn't be using those harsh terms for the YouTube algorithm, But when your behavior, and I guarantee you MAGA will be overjoyed by this, there will not be a single one of them who wakes up tomorrow morning and says, wow, we should not have done that. Wow, Trump should not have done that. Wow, we should stand with our allies. Wow, Europe would be safer if Putin were not on the scene. None of those things will enter your minds for two reasons. One, because those of you with the cognitive power to do so are so morally compromised now that you believe that Putin's the good guy, that you believe that Ukraine is the enemy, that your nationalist, populist, white supremacist bullshit leads you to say, I'm going to stand with the guy who lied, the masculine Vladimir Putin, because get out of here. But the rest of you who are so cognitively fucked, who spend your life inside the Fox News, Twitter, media bubble, who don't have a reading or understanding of history or diplomacy or the slightest comprehension of what it means to embrace a dictator like Vladimir Putin, you will never understand it because you are incapable of understanding it. For those of you Republicans in the Senate, and I know there are still a handful of you who give a fuck, this is your doing. You did this. You chose this. You're going to watch as Europe burns. I said 2 weeks ago, I think Trump might have started World War III in Europe, and when he sent Vance and Hegseth over there to tee up today's debacle. Russia has a green light now for everything. Russia has a green light to go into Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia. From every single indicator, Putin was on his last legs. Putin was getting his ass handed to him. Lost 1 million men, 3,000 tanks, hundreds of airplanes. All of it was closing in on him. Donald Trump threw him a lifeline. Donald Trump gave him the win. Now, I don't think victory is inevitable for Russia. And in fact, I think there are a lot of arguments that Russia has pretty much tapped itself out economically, diplomatically, and politically. I think Europe has woken the fuck up. And I truly believe that Donald Trump will very soon offer military aid to Russia. I believe this in my heart of hearts. And I want every single one of you people who think, oh, this was such a brilliant moment of diplomacy, when Donald Trump starts offering Russia intelligence and weapons and support and protection, I want you to tell me if you still think you live in the America you voted for.
Told you it was worth watching. It's like, if you don't know Rick Wilson, you follow him by name. He's one of the co-founders of the Lincoln Project. It is terrifying, but like, this is the trajectory we are on. Europe has made the choice and is having public meetings saying, we want nothing to do with the United States. We're out. We're no longer part of what they're doing. They're going to fund that war themselves without us. They now see us as an enemy. And thank you so much for the $5. For half, do they still consider themselves GOP? Who? Wait. Oh, I feel like I'm confused. Oh, is it half? Wait, hold on. Yes, 2 of 2. Are they trying to regain control from Donald John Trump? Oh, the never Trumpers? No, because like Ron Filipkowski, who now is like the editor-in-chief of Midas Touch, he is, he was a never Trumper, right? Like, these are people, like, I will say this. I think that Trump has helped a lot of people learn a lot of things. I don't think there's any going back for them. Like, there's no going. If you think there's going back for these people, you just don't understand what the Republican Party is. The Republican Party are billionaire grifters, right? Like, that's it. Unless you benefit from policy that enriches, or from grifting that enriches billionaires and corporations, there's no vested interest in anybody to support the Republican Party. Like, and I'm sorry, because like, how many times have I said in a nicer way what that man just said? Like, I'm sorry, but you guys are you are complicit in this, or you are an idiot. Like, you can choose now, MAGA. You need to make the choice. Pick up a goddamn book or get ready for me to mock. I don't have the time anymore, right? Like, we don't have the time. We're trying to save our country. You are all idiots. All of you who get on TikTok with your full chest and be like, "Oh, I think Putin's a good guy." Like, we don't have the time anymore. So I'm just gonna have to publicly humiliate you and say, "Hey, like, you don't have the cognitive power. I question if you can read. I question many things about who you are. Like, you are proving to me by showing up here and making that statement that you're an idiot. Like, I'm sorry." And like, I'm saying it nicer than him, but that's what I say. That's why I stopped. You want to know why I'm blocking Republicans who come into this live and say dumb things? I don't have time for it anymore. I'm too smart. Like, I'm too smart, and I have too important of a message to disseminate, to waste my time. Like, when I show up and debate idiots, now it's charity. That's my time for giving back to the less fortunate of the world. That's what I'm doing. I'm helping the disabled. Those are the true DEI people now. Do you know what I mean? Like, you want to talk to me about who needs a hand up and who is disabled in this country? It's MAGA. Like, that's who they are. The mediocre white men who are like, if I just believe in a man who wakes up every morning and paints himself orange, who could not read a letter from Prince Charles, or King Charles, who proved to us himself publicly that he is in fact not actually a reading man himself. I always suspected Trump couldn't read. If you don't know what I'm talking about, Trump can't read. It happened. Someone handed Trump a letter and he could not read it. Like, if you're not aware of this, just look it up. Keir Starmer gave Trump a letter to read, and he attempted to read it out loud. And we know now for sure that Donald Trump, in fact, cannot read. So if we all suspected Trump can't read, I promise you for sure, publicly, in the Oval Office, it's on tape. Trump can't read. From the king. The king wrote Trump a letter. Yeah, I said Prince Charles. I forget he's the king. I'm still in my mind. I'm like, first of all, I'm sorry. I don't stop with the king and the royal family. Give all the money back you stole, British Empire. Give all the artifacts back in your museums to the indigenous communities you stole them from. Relinquish all your power around the world. It is illegitimate. And I think America should do the same. I'm sick of it all. Like, stop with the royal family. Like, gross. You are all, mediocre white family who amassed wealth through supporting people like, I don't know, the Schmatzis. If you don't understand that the Windsors supported the Schmatzis, then again, read a book. Like, I encourage you to read a book. You too can learn. This guy who was screaming at me on Friday, by the way, if you want to watch our Friday night debates with Pickles and I, it's available on my YouTube and his. And he's like, you think you know everything. You think you know everything. Like, men get really mad when women aren't idiots. And it's like, no, I just have read. And I've read things and I know them. Like, this is a man who is still yelling about Hunter Biden's laptop. Yeah, if you witnessed it, I mean, this man was, he wanted to unalive me. Who said his kindergarten? Now that we have 600 smart people here, he said that his kindergartner was accepted into Mensa. And then I was like, okay, prove it. And then he had his 16-year-old son. He's like, where's your Mensa card? Like, they give you a card and that's how you know. Like, hey, by the way, yeah, you can't. Mensa is high-level reasoning and logic problems. You have to develop your own logic problems. I don't think anyone's brains work better than kindergarten, first, and second graders. That's why I am a second grade teacher. Like, those brains are firing in all cylinders, but they can't develop high-level logic and reasoning problems. They just can't. And then he's screaming at me because I'm not an idiot. Like, these people are idiots. Like, I don't know how, like, there's different, and he's right. There's people in the Republican Party who are not idiots, and those people are corrupt, right? If you know better, then you're corrupt, right? then you're a corrupt, pathological liar. If you are an idiot in cognitive dissonance, I invite you to read a book. Right? I used to be in, and when people were getting so offended on Friday, I'm not calling you a misogynist because I'm not calling you a misogynist because I'm not calling you a misogynist because you, I think, like maybe a man should be president. Why? Like we all have to deconstruct bias, right? And I encourage everyone to deconstruct their own and to read, right? The best education I ever got was the one I gave myself. If you think you have to go to college to learn, you don't. TikTok is an invaluable resource. You can get an education for free now. There are no excuses. Learn something before you lose before this huge transfer of wealth happens, which we probably can't stop because of you idiots. And just because that video is heavy, I put this here. Did you guys see this? Trump's lifts. He had the special lifts on. First of all, does he have a cloven hoof? I don't know. I'm just saying, but those are extremely high lifts for Trump. Like I'm just showing a post of someone else. Like, I'm just saying Trump is wearing lifts and it's weird. And even higher, and I'm not saying like normally we've looked at his lifts. I'm saying these ones are higher than even the normal lifts. That's not his normal orthopedic shoe. He had I don't know if he had special, I'm not saying he had special shoes made exactly for this meeting, but like how many times have we looked at his lifts in his shoes? These are higher and different. Like these, well, no, DeSantis wears like almost those like Victorian like heels. You know, the first heels were French, right? He wears like French male heels from like the 1500s. Trump, this is, yeah, like, I don't know what's happening here, but it's very weird. And this is not Trump's. All I'm saying is, as someone who's studied Trump's weird lifts at his shoes, these are special ones. I know it looks like his foot is collapsing, but I did look at other pictures because I was like, why does it look like Trump has a hoof and not a foot? No, that I think is light. Don't worry so much about why it looks like he has no foot. Trust me, I literally was like, does Trump not have a foot? Like, does he have cloven hoofs? Like, no, I think that's like the angle and the lighting. Like, but I was like, does Trump not have a foot? Is it just a hoof? And then they stuff like the toe. I already considered that. I've debunked that. That's not true. But I saw it too. Like, I was like, oh my God, Trump doesn't have feet. But this is this is like Rachel Maddow. When I say that Rachel Maddow on Friday night, because I don't care if you have a problem learning from women. I hope I'm debunking that. Like women have brains too. I'm hoping I'm helping you learn that women can also think. Like there's nobody who does it better than Rachel Maddow, who can see patterns and can take things from years ago, tie them all together for you in a beautiful bow and say, let me take you on a journey of how Trump is fucking you over. Right? Like nobody does it better than this woman. And that's why no one's paid like her. I mean, this woman is a seer, a visionary. She sees patterns like I do. Like I'm telling you a story. You guys don't see it that way, but in my brain, I'm taking you guys on a journey. And like the first 10 minutes, 15 minutes of her show, that's what she's doing. She's putting patterns together and saying like, hey, and everything she's about to tell you, I have showed you, right? Like on separate shows, I've done pieces on all of these things. But when you see it tied together, like it makes a lot more sense. And like the way she dismantled Trump on Friday night after what he did in the White House, I've never seen a takedown like this in my mother effing life. Like the way she puts the pieces of the puzzle together, it's just, you sent me a Vimeo. Okay, I'll read them in 1 second. I'm going to start this video. Then I think I need to go get a package from outside, or my doorbell rang and I'm waiting for a package I have to sign for, and I'll be right back and then I'll read them after. But I know it sounds like I'm a fan. I am a fan of Rachel Maddow, but trust me, this is one of the most powerful things you'll ever see. Like, journalism like this doesn't come across very often. She's amazing.
Republicans are having a hard time with this. They try to move on to the next question. They express annoyance with their own constituents for asking about it. They get brusque and short in their answers. Or, like Senator Lisa Murkowski, they just purport to be really perplexed, really confused, really scratching my head. They have a hard time with this. All the Republicans do, especially the guy at the top.
You just mentioned Putin, though, and this has been this controversy of the past week. Can you say yes or no whether you have talked to Vladimir Putin since you stopped being president?
Well, I don't comment on that. If I have a relationship, I don't talk about that. I don't talk about that.
You talk about talking to Netanyahu.
I don't talk about that. I don't ever say. Why don't you talk about it? I don't ever say about. Why not? What does that mean? I mean, that was right before the election. But it continued after the election. And people get so mad when I play this tape. People get very angry with me when I play this tape. But, honestly, bring it on. It makes me appreciate it all the more because clearly, at least it strikes a nerve. Watch.
Have you talked to President Putin?
No, I have not.
You haven't talked to President Putin since you've been elected?
No, well, I don't want to say that, but I haven't spoken to him recently.
So you've spoken to President Putin since you've been elected?
I don't want to say that. I don't want to say anything about that.
Are you going to be talking to Vladimir Putin?
Who? Have you spoken to him? I don't want to say.
So you've already spoken to Vladimir Putin?
I don't want to say that.
I don't want to say. I don't want to say. I can't say. Why can't you say? Why can't you say? What precludes you from saying? Listen, it's Friday night. Let's just do this. Let's just cut to the chase here. Let's do a little look-see at the landscape to see why exactly it is so hard for Republicans to deal with this topic. What exactly is so hard for Republicans to talk about? What exactly is it that we are doing, up to and including switching sides in a war? But it's not limited to that. It's all things that don't seem like good news for the United States. That makes them particularly hard to talk about. But nevertheless, with Donald Trump back in the White House, we keep doing these things relentlessly and urgently, and they all cut in the same direction. And it's really hard for Republicans to explain because of what it obviously means. It's clear why they do not want to talk about this stuff, and it gets all the more clear when you just line this stuff up. Let me show you what I mean. Here's one. Donald Trump's hand-picked attorney general. She gets sworn in to lead the U.S. Justice Department. On her first day on the job, what is the first thing she does? Headline: U.S. cuts task forces on foreign influence and Russian sanctions. Quote, in a memo sent to staff Wednesday, U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi revealed she had disbanded the Foreign Influence Task Force, a unit dedicated to investigating violations of the Foreign Agents Registration Act. Bondi did not elaborate, but figures on the Republican Party's conspiratorial far.
I have to explain this because, what does that mean? And she doesn't stop and say it. What she's saying is that what Pam Bondi did in her first day in office was allow spies to operate on U.S. soil. That's what she just said. When you have to register as a foreign agent, it's because otherwise you're spying. That is what she's saying. What Pam Bondi did on her first day in office is allow Putin to dismantle our goddamn country. That's whenever you hear the words foreign agents on, or, foreign agents on U.S. soil, that means spies. And Pam Bondi, they stopped prosecuting them. They stopped making them register. So I just can't express to you how insane this is.
Had disbanded the Foreign Influence Task Force, a unit dedicated to investigating violations of the Foreign Agents Registration Act. Bondi did not elaborate, but figures on the Republican Party's conspiratorial far right have accused the government of abusing FARA to unfairly target like Paul Manafort, Trump's 2016 campaign chair, who was indicted in a probe into Russian influence in that year's U.S. election.
I just want to be clear. So when they are saying this, whenever you hear Trump say, Russia, 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 that was all a lie, right? So I had that same guy screaming at me on Friday saying that. If you think that, then you're an idiot, right? Paul Manafort, who she just brought up, he was operating as a foreign agent, right? Like he was a Trump campaign official making illegal ties to Russia. He pled guilty and went to prison. Paul Manafort alone, right? There were many more indictments, right? There were over a dozen indictments in the Russia. That is a Robert Mueller special counsel investigation, right? People were indicted and pled guilty. So and it's not just Robert Mueller, because then you hear idiots say the FBI's bipartisan Senate Judiciary report confirming that. There are CIA reports, there are MI5 reports, there are FBI reports. Any agency you can imagine on earth has confirmed this. There are indictments of Russia interfering in our last presidential election, in the 2020 election, not just the 2016 election. If you are still a person that believes, and by the way, if you think Russia's only interfering elections, wake the F up. They are interfering in every former USSR country. That is the goal, is to take back and restore the former USSR. Look up the Romanian elections. Look up the Republic of Georgia. They're occupying like 20% of it and interfering in their elections. This is happening all over the world. It is not up for debate. If you believe Trump's lies, that tells me that you can't or won't read, and I'm wondering why.
Also on Wednesday, the day of her swearing in, Bondi disbanded Task Force Klepto Capture, an initiative started in 2022 to enforce sanctions against Russia. Who's all that good for? Shutting down the Foreign Influence Task Force, shutting down enforcement of the Foreign Agents Registration Act, and getting rid of the task force that enforces sanctions against Russia. Who are all those things good for? Why'd we do those things? And so urgently, her first day on the job. Here's another one, which happened that same day. Quote, in a little notice directive on her first day in office, Attorney General Pam Bondi ordered a halt to a years-old federal law enforcement effort to combat secret influence campaigns by China, Russia, and other adversaries that try to curry favor and sow chaos in American politics. Buried on the fourth page of one of 14 policy memos Bondi issued Wednesday, the order disbands the FBI's Foreign Influence Task Force. Last year, Justice Department prosecutors and FBI agents exposed an alleged scheme in which Russia-backed media funneled $10 million to a conservative U.S. media company that hired prominent right-wing influencers.
If you don't know what she's talking about, I've reported on every single thing she's saying, right? She's talking about Tenet Media, right? The man that now has White House press credentials, Benny Johnson, that I was showing you the propaganda he's spewing. He was being paid hundreds of thousands of dollars per post by Russia to post Russian propaganda. This shit goes deep. Basically, on day one, after Pam Bondi lied, or actually, I shouldn't say lied because I don't believe she lied, refused to answer a goddamn question is probably more accurate, during her fake confirmation hearing, the first day, she made it easier for spies to or not easier, basically said we're no longer prosecuting spies operating on U.S. soil. If you don't know what klepto capture is, that was one of the ways we were crippling Russia, right? We were like seizing oligarchs' yachts. We were seizing their assets, freezing their bank accounts. The people who were helping to do that, it's over. This is day one.
Here's how the New York Times bannered that one bluntly. Quote, Trump dismantles government fight against foreign influence operations. Dozens of employees who had been working to fight foreign interference in U.S. elections have been reassigned or forced out. That includes not only the FBI, but also CISA, the cybersecurity division at Homeland Security, which we soon learned the president's top campaign donor had installed a 19-year-old operative who reportedly personally operates giving him full access to systems and data at the U.S. government cybersecurity agency. A 19-year-old kid with ties to Russia and cybercrime. Who's that good for? How do you explain to your constituents who that's good for and why we are doing that as a country? And what else? What else is hard to explain to ye olde constituents when it comes to that radical switch in the U.S. government that Lisa Murkowski described? How about this? Headline, CIA plans largest mass firing in nearly 50 years. Well, that's good for someone. 50 years. Well, that's good for someone. 50 years. Well, that's good for someone.
Sorry, I just had a puzzle piece. My connection to be reconnected before sorry. Sometimes I think TikTok doesn't want people to hear this.
Of CIA employees to the White House in an unclassified email. Quote, current officials confirm that the CIA had sent the names of employees to the Office of Personnel Management, complying with an executive order signed by President Trump. Senator Mark Warner, top Democrat on the Intelligence Committee, wrote that the sharing of the officers' names was a, quote, disastrous national security development. One former agency officer called the reporting of the names in an unclassified email a, quote, counterintelligence disaster. Ah, yes, a disaster for the United States and for U.S. intelligence in particular. But very good news for someone. Hey, speaking of things that ought to be classified, security clearances order could make the U.S. vulnerable. The plan to give temporary security clearances without background checks opens the door to breaches and espionage, experts say. Giving out security clearances without background checks that look for things like, criminal entanglements, lots of debt, anything that they could blackmail you over, or any contacts with foreign governments. To make sure that you're not, secretly working for, we're not doing the background checks anymore. Trump just has ordered that the classified material be made available to whoever he says with no checks.
Someone just asked, and I want to be fair, I know, you have to understand, Rachel Maddow is a master of telling this story. All of this stuff has happened over 2 months or 3 months, right? Since a little bit before Trump was in office, and then the 2 months he's been in office, right? And I've reported on all of this stuff. Every single one of the things she's saying, but it's different when you hear it in succession. That's what I'm trying to tell you, why she's so good at her job, because she's telling a story in a chronological order where you can say, holy shit, what the is happening? But all of this stuff has been reported on. That's why she's citing sources. She's showing the articles. She's saying all of this happened, but she's piecing it all together for you in a way where she tells the story in a way you're like, oh my God, we are that's why she's such a valuable person, right? When you can see the world in patterns and see it the way she does and tell it. And it's not just her, right? She has amazing people that work for her and producers, but she's an amazing journalist. That's what I'm saying. She's once in a lifetime type journalist. You should watch the documentaries she produces and things. She's pretty fabulous. So that's what I'm saying. She's of everything that Trump's done, and also things that are buried, right? Who knew? I've said, this is what Pam Bondi's up to. She's making it easier for spies to operate on U.S. soil. But when you see it all in chronological order while she tells you, right? You get it now. You can see exactly what is happening.
That doesn't seem like good news for the United States. But again, it's good news for someone. How about when they decided that the first agency they would destroy would be USAID? Who cheered the loudest for that? Russia welcomes USAID cuts, calls agency machine for interfering. Yeah, it was fantastic news.
Those are the kids that are going to starve that we were all crying about earlier. It's Russia who wants USAID cuts, USAID cuts. That too.
For someone, no one was seen to benefit more or to be more loudly cheering it on than Vladimir Putin. And that was before the specific news confirmed today that among the projects Trump is explicitly and specifically turning off right now, this week, is the program by which the U.S. helps Ukraine keep its electric grid up and running. Even though Russia has repeatedly targeted that electric grid throughout the war. Because Russia's idea of how it wants to win the unprovoked war it declared on our ally is to make the civilian population, including kids and the elderly and hospital patients and everyone, their best idea for how to prosecute that war is to cause them to freeze to death by bombing the electric grid in February. So more than any other evident targeting, they have targeted the electric grid that serves the civilian population in Ukraine. It is the United States that has helped Ukraine masterfully keep the power grid up despite those repeated onslaughts by Russia. Until this week, when Trump just cut it off. Which is good news for someone, right?
If only we could figure out who that person was, the only person who stood to benefit from all of these things. Not us, not America first, my mother effing ass. If you believe that anymore, that's what I'm trying to say this in the nicest way, MAGA. Wake the F up. You think Trump is trying to help you? Again, then I will say you can't read or do math. That's the only thing that makes sense. You cannot read or do math if you believe that Donald Trump is trying to help you. He's not. Donald Trump works for one man. And that's why I was showing Donald Trump sources last week and showing there have been KGB agents that defected to the United States that have testified. There are books where they are a main source of intel saying Donald Trump was cultivated by Russia as an asset since the early 80s. Wake up. He does not work for you. America first. Yeah. America first. That's why he's offshoring jobs and only works for corporations and billionaires. Wake the F up.
President dressed up the defense secretary he handpicked off the cast of the Fox and Friends weekend show, put him in a bright blue suit and sent him to Europe, where he volunteered unasked that Ukraine can't be expected to keep all of its own territory. He said that would be, quote, unrealistic. It would be, quote, unrealistic to not let Russia take parts of Ukraine. He then volunteered unasked that Ukraine will not be allowed to join NATO. Now we've got pro-Trump Republican senators saying, yeah, not just Ukraine won't be allowed in NATO, we ought to get out of NATO too, which of course would collapse NATO. Who would that most benefit? For whom would that be really, really good news? Donald Trump says, let's let Russia back into the G7. Donald Trump is reportedly preparing right now for his own big in-person summit with Vladimir Putin. Donald Trump already started high-level meetings between the Russian and U.S. governments, including an inexplicable 3.5-hour meeting specifically between the president's real estate friend and Vladimir Putin himself.
Alone. Steve Dumbass Witkoff. Actually, is that who we're talking about? Maybe there's another one. I'm just talking about Steve Witkoff. Like, I don't know. Is there another dumb real estate friend?
Steve Witkoff came back from that meeting and how'd that go? Went pretty well for someone. Headline, parroting Putin and Trump, Witkoff says Russia was provoked into invading Ukraine. Headline, Trump envoy can't name a single concession Russia will make in peace deal.
Someone find me a clip of I'm not even kidding. Find me a clip of someone in MAGA saying something that Vladimir Putin has done wrong. Someone find it. Find me a clip of someone holding Putin accountable, saying he's a war criminal, saying he's a liar. I have a degree in history focused on Western civilization. I know for a fact he's a liar. This is the man who was interviewed by Tucker Carlson, and in that interview said that Poland started World War II. I'm not even joking you. And MAGA the next day, this is when I still did lives with Jay, showed up on that live and was like, did you know that Poland started World War II? That's when I knew, like, give up. These people are idiots. Like, I swear to God, when I did lives with Jay still, Tucker Carlson posted that interview with Vladimir Putin. And the next morning, if you don't know who Jay is, that's fine. That's good. Anyways, but the next morning, literally, people showed up and were like, did you know that Poland started World War II? And I was like, bless your heart. Bless you. Because the same thing, and for 4 hours, do you know Tucker Carlson had to just demand to leave? He's like, I have to go. Like, Putin's like, no, I just want to keep talking at you. If you don't, I mean, Putin is a former director of a KGB office, or he was like the director of the KGB, I think, briefly. Like, they don't call him poisoner in chief for nothing. Like, this man is the KGB. Like, this man has disinformation and misinformation. Like, this is his story. None of that is true. But what do you require to know that's not true, right? A basic understanding of Western European history. Do we teach that to anyone in America? No. And as a matter of fact, we're trying to stop people from learning any basic information. That's what the Republican goal is. This is the goal, right? To make people so dumb, right, that they think, oh yeah, like, Trump's a man, I'm a man, like, all this is true. I'm like, I voted for him. W Trump. You guys are mad because you lost. That is literally that's the argument I hear when I lower myself and I literally have to lower my intelligence level to listen to people speak. You're mad because Trump won. No, we are all in the same life raft. We are all being robbed together, you idiot who cannot read or do simple math. If you are a person who shows up on lives on TikTok to say, you're mad because Trump won, I'm here to tell you, you lost and you are an idiot. We're all in the same life raft. We're all being robbed by the same people. And I advise, and I'm also just, this is going to come as a shock. Everyone just brace yourselves. The brown people don't have your money. That's unfortunately the truth. The immigrants who are fleeing economies that the CIA and Donald Trump disrupted do not have your money. Right? We made their lives unlivable in their countries. We fucked up their economies. See, Jared, that's for you. That F word was for you. And now they're here because the number one driver of crime is poverty. We destabilize their economies. There's a land bridge to the number one GDP in the world. And they came here because they said, you messed this up. And believe me, as someone who disappeared into South America, they know exactly who messed up their economy. And they should come here. We did this to them. We owe them. Little known fact, Trump tried to do a failed coup in Venezuela, destabilize their economy. What are the two countries that most immigration comes from? South of here, Venezuela, and what? Cuba. Another place we turned off their economy, devalued their currency, and stopped anyone else from doing business with them. We did it. If you are a bigot who don't like, you're like, oh, I just feel uncomfortable when brown people show up here, then I would encourage you to not vote for a Republican. We need to stabilize economies to the south of us. Do you think people are like, hey, I'd like to never see anyone I know again. I'd like to crawl on top of a train where I have like an 80% chance of dying and then try to cling to it to make it north. And then if I somehow don't die doing that, I'll probably be trafficked once I'm actually in Central America. If I survive that, I'll probably be trafficked in Mexico. And if not, then I'm going to be accused of being a POS. And once I try to get into America, you think people would do that if they weren't desperate to survive? Wake up. Do the math. We create problems and then we just look for brown people and be like, oh, they did it. No, they didn't do it. Surprise! If you will just learn history and geopolitics and basic economics, then you too can figure out that any problem we have in America, we created for ourselves. Surprise. And then we're just like, there's got to be some brown people around here we can point out and blame this on. And then dumb American, no offense, I'm sorry, we're past the point of not calling you what you are like, yeah, I have been suspicious of brown people for a while now, even though all statistics show there's actually no statistical correlation between immigration and crime, even though statistics show that immigrants are 30% less likely to be incarcerated than white Americans, that if I want to be the safest, I will literally find a neighborhood of immigrants and I will move there because that's where I am least likely to be the victim of a crime. Because people who are, those are the facts, but facts be damned in this country. Brown people are up to something. Yeah, up to working hard and paying into your Social Security. Oh, wait, but you guys don't know how the government works, so you don't know they're paying into your retirement and are never going to take it back out. You don't know they're harvesting your crops. You don't get any of it. None of you. Trump said brown people are up to something, and you just believed him. Like, that's the reality. Meanwhile, Trump is just delivering our country to the man that has the most leverage on him, Vladimir Putin, who, by the way, is a real authoritarian. Let me tell you something. I just want to help you. If Trump was a real leader, he wouldn't do that. Real leaders bow to no one. Putin bows to no one. Putin gets leverage on people and leverages them, right? Trump's not a real authoritarian. Trump's a crybaby who had an emotional breakdown in the White House last Friday. That's not a leader. If you find that Trump having an emotional breakdown with his mediocre white male friends, then yeah, that explains who you are. It's not that. Terrence, thank you so much for the $50. You are amazing. Sorry. Oh my God. Sorry. I just lost my place. Travis, thank you for the $10 for helping us stay informed from Traveling Trav. I like that name. And $2 for sorry. I know that was confusing. No, you're amazing, Anne. Appreciate you. You're the best, Felice. Thank you, Jenny. Thank you for the $10. And Jenny, tuition for this education. Thank you for the $5. It's true. I should start running a charter. I'm going to start collecting voucher money, school voucher money. You guys can all give your kids school voucher money to me. wait, Jeremy, for tuition for this education. Sorry, I think I missed Tua. I might have missed Tua. And Jenny, you're the best, Felice. I love you. If I messed this up, sorry. And you're locked in tonight, Felice. $5. Thank you. I know. I'm feeling it tonight. I had to listen to so many idiots last Friday. It has motivated me to try to explain things in a way even idiots cannot miss. I'm sorry. This is my bed right now. You guys can all see my iPad. Sorry, occasionally TikTok closes my presentation. I have to reopen it. Oh man, I have so many good things. I'm trying to think of what's important to show you, of the time we have left. What time is it? It's almost 5. The Rachel Maddow was the most important, but I still have listen, Trump, it's less important though, because he's an idiot. I'm starting to realize Trump just lying is less important, and Trump's just saying things. Oh, I know what I need to show you guys. Yeah, I'm less interested. I used to spend so much time showing Trump lying and then trying to debunk it, but I think I'm realizing what's most important is we just all assume he's a liar. That part is now obvious, and then showing resources. I want to show this guy, and I'm going to remind you guys of why. If you did not attend class on Friday, I need you to show up every day, and if not, have a hall pass or a note from your mother. But I'll remind you with the video, but then I'm going to first show you a better video. This man is my new hero. After what Trump did on Friday, this bad, can I just say, I'm appreciating people from Massachusetts more and more, just from New England in general. People who are just hey, I don't give an F who anyone is. I'm just going to say what I want to say. And truth, I will run you over with the truth. Sometimes people from Massachusetts annoy me. I used to have friends from Southie in Boston. I'd be like, God, these people are annoying. But man, are they useful when it comes to fighting Trump. Representative Seth Moulton, let's all follow him, Massachusetts 6th District, or Jim McGovern, the gentleman from Massachusetts, as I call him, who is one of the leaders of the House of you have people who are fighting for you, and you should be proud. And Seth Moulton is truly amazing. So I'm really amazing. So I'm really amazing. So sorry, I'm just waiting for the puzzle piece. I had to do a puzzle piece. Sorry, faxing me. It's important. I can't tell you. If you guys knew the things that happened behind the scenes of TikTok, you would be sick. Sorry. Don't trust anyone on TikTok. Don't even trust me at this point. But you can trust Fax. He's amazing. Anyway, so I'm going to show you. So this is Seth Moulton shows up on News Nation, right? And they're washed up Fox News people or independent news people who are now on News Nation, and they try to do this oh, we have somebody who's for Trump and someone who's against Trump. Seth Moulton's is he a former Marine? I don't want to get it wrong, so I'm just gonna look. I know, is he a Marine? I feel like he's a Marine. He's definitely a veteran. I know he saw combat. If someone knows if Seth Moulton was a Marine, I don't want to say it wrong. I feel like he was a Marine. Yeah, I know he's a veteran, but yeah, I feel like maybe he was. I just don't want to get his branch of the Army or Navy, Marine. I don't want to get his branch of the military wrong, but I think I remember that. I have a pretty good memory. But listen to him tear this person alive. Oh, sorry, I forgot I had to restart the presentation. It starts on mute.
This is what putting the American people first looks like. And he thanked Trump and he thanked Vance for standing up for our nation, and that's what they said. This is the us versus them. That it's America first. That's
really because every American I've heard from is embarrassed, including a lot of veterans, completely embarrassed by this draft dodging commander in chief who wants to sell us out to Putin and be Putin's puppet, to this pogue coward vice president who's never even bothered to visit Ukraine. I mean, Lindsey Graham's been to Ukraine several times. I've been to Ukraine. Can't even bother to visit as a member of Congress to understand what's going on the ground, to understand why we're spending American taxpayer dollars defending NATO, defending our allies, and preventing preventing Putin from running all over Europe, including the American troops in Europe. I don't know who these Republicans are talking to, but they're not talking to freedom-loving Americans. They're not talking to people who fight and stand up for American values like Ukraine is doing. They apparently want to side with dictators. And I'll tell you, in private, like when I was at the Munich Security Conference, sitting with Lindsey Graham and others, meeting with Zelensky.
This is why this is important. Lindsey Graham is a liar. Do you guys remember last Friday when Lindsey Graham was like, oh, Donald Trump's amazing. He's a hero. Listen, Seth Moulton is about to tell the truth that Lindsey Graham's a liar. That everything Lindsey Graham says in public, he says the opposite. Well, we all know. I mean, we all know Senator Flip Flop's a liar. But like the guy who has the guts to say it, I know the host on the left. God help that guy. Seth, this man ran him over. But like, thank God that Seth Moulton is like, yeah, I'll say it. I sit in meetings with Lindsey Graham. In private, he says the opposite. That's what I tell you. That's why I read Capitol Hill blogs. Everyone that works for Lindsey Graham is like, it's really weird. He says one thing behind closed doors. He can't stand Trump. And then every time he gets online, he says the opposite. Yeah, John McCain would roll over in his grave because of Lindsey Graham is a pathological liar. And this is one of the first men I've ever heard have the guts to say, Lindsey Graham, you are a liar.
And I'll tell you, in private, like when I was at the Munich Security Conference, sitting with Lindsey Graham and others, meeting with Zelensky, they're all on the same page. We're all on the same page about wanting to support the right side of this conflict.
Well, what kind of things are they saying there?
They're so scared.
They're saying different things.
They're so scared of Donald Trump, they can't tell the truth.
But you're saying specifically Lindsey Graham was saying different things there than he said today.
Oh, come on. That doesn't take it.
Right, but you're saying specific, no, but specifically Senator Graham
changes his story every time Donald Trump changes his story. We've seen that for years.
I love this man. I think he might be my new favorite. And I just want to remind you guys of the clip I showed you last Friday of him, same man, Seth Moulton, right? This is right after Trump pulled that very orchestrated stunt in the Oval Office. And then Seth Moulton went on CNN and was just like, hey, I'm just going to say the truth. Like, this might be my new favorite person in the House.
Cut to the chase. The president of the United States is a coward who is Vladimir Putin's puppet. And the vice president of the United States is a pogue and a coward who is Donald Trump's puppet. And so what we just witnessed was a meeting in the Oval Office between two cowardly puppets and a hero. And whether you voted for these puppets or not, just as an American, as a fellow American, it's just embarrassing that the only hero in the Oval Office, the only decent human being for that matter, is the Ukrainian. I mean, this administration is going to go down as an embarrassment to American history.
Congressman, I wonder if you think that President Zelensky could have handled it differently, the way that some of his European counterparts.
Isn't it nice, like the few people in America who still have spines, to just hear it be like, oh, just for a second, to break through the 24-hour-a-day gaslighting and lies, and just to hear like someone, yeah, pogue is a Marine term. That's what I'm saying. I'm pretty sure he's a Marine. I have a very good memory, so I think he is a former Marine, like who's seen combat. Like just to hear someone say like, hey, that's the reality.
and Emmanuel Macron and Keir Starmer did, and perhaps been more deferential to Trump and Vance?
Deferential to what? Deferential to a president who allowed a deal in his first term to crumble because Putin just violated it? Deferential to a vice president who didn't even bother to visit Ukraine? I hardly know anyone in Congress who has any view on national security who hasn't been to Ukraine during this war. Deferential to a draft dodger who's our commander-in-chief? Zelensky doesn't deserve to be deferential to anyone in that Oval Office. In fact, I kind of wish he'd put them in their place a little. He'd put them in their place a little. He'd put them in their place a little. Completely agree with me. They know the truth here. They're just too scared to say it themselves.
My God, I love this man. You guys, I showed you his page. I'll go back. Like his name's Representative Seth Moulton, Moul. Someone said he's a Marine Service Corps member. He's a Marine. He's on the Armed Services Committee. Like, this is what I've been saying to you. This is why I read Capitol Hill blogs, so that the people that work for Republicans can confirm to me that they're all liars. Like this, and he's saying it. He's like, yeah, they're all liars. Like he's, I can't remember his district, but he's from Massachusetts. He's a Democrat from Massachusetts, former Marine, who's just like, hey, these people are all cowards and liars, and I'm just going to say the truth. He's a Democrat. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, he's a Democrat. You can see it right down here, Democrat Armed Services Committee. If you ever can't see because your phone's too small, if you just take a screenshot and then you can just like use your fingers and it will enlarge it. That's just a little bit of cell phone help.
Congressman, I do wonder how you...
Yeah, he received a Bronze Star. He's seen combat. Like, I've heard a lot of people talk about him. It's not the first time I've heard about him, but like, I think he's had it. And it's like, I mean, he's always spoke his mind, but like, I'm happy for him to just be like, hey, this is something I know about and I'm tired. And we've got a lot of cowards here.
React to the suggestion by J.D. Vance that there was a lot of chest thumping and now.
Look, I have been a fair critic of both Democrats and Republicans and a critic of some aspects of how Biden handled this war. And yes, I think that he should have given them more weapons faster.
As do I. Can I just say, and that's why I like him. Like, it's okay to say, like, hey, sometimes, like, people during wartime or making tough decisions is hard, right? Like, or, could we have gotten those? There's a lot of questions about that, right? Like, but yeah, like, I do think so too. If we're going to spend our tax dollars and we know who Putin is, which I've known because I can read and I know the history of who Putin is, yeah, like we should have unleashed holy hell on him sooner. Because here's the thing, he at any moment could have sovereign territory you've invaded. We're going to make it very difficult for you to stay there. I mean, in my opinion, that's what we should have done. But Biden is the consummate, like, everyone's a good person. Like, let's give him a chance. And that's beautiful about Biden. But I also agree, if it's our tax dollars, don't tie Ukraine's one arm behind their back and tell them to fight a war. Like, I actually agree with him. Like, let's make the best use of our tax dollars.
But the idea that Vance and Trump, who are literally sucking up to a dictator, who want Putin apparently to win this war, the idea that they would criticize Biden, I mean, that's real rich. That's real rich.
Where do you think this goes from here, Congressman? Do you think U.S. aid to Ukraine is immediately at risk?
It's unquestionably at risk. I mean, everything we stand for as Americans, the very fundamental value of freedom, is at risk.
Sorry, I'm just resetting the gift goal real quick. I just have a couple more things I need to show you guys. I know it's late. It's just a lot has happened this weekend, and I want to make sure we don't miss it. But I do think everyone on any platform you can, let's support Seth Moulton, Representative Seth Moulton, because anybody who's willing to speak the truth for us, I think we need to show support to any way we can. Like, let's encourage him to speak the truth. Like, because God, we have so few people doing it nowadays. Absolutely. And okay, give me 1 second. I need to find, oh God, there's so many dumb things. I'm sorry. I want to just show you something that you could find in the outline if you needed it. Like, this is just my rebuttal, which it's not mine. I didn't make it, but I love that that's the internet for you, right? Like, when you try to lie, remember on Friday in the Oval Office, JD Vance was like, I don't know what you want to call it, lecturing Zelensky, saying, you need to be grateful. You need to say thank you. You need, all of this. And my response to that was, that's really weird. Because one of the things I like most about Zelensky is thinking about all the times I personally heard him say thank you to the American people. And I said at the beginning, I was like, everyone should Google it or use ChatGPT and look up how many times Zelensky has said thank you to the American people, because all I remember is every time I've heard him speak, him unequivocally being like, thank you to the American people. And also to Trump, even though Trump does not deserve it in any way. But I just want to say, thank God someone else did it, because this is tedious AF. Someone literally put together every clip of Zelensky saying thank you to the American people and to Trump 94 times since February 24, 2022. This is wait, I might have put up yeah, it's right here. If you want to look this up, if you don't know, Seth Abramson's a very famous journalist. So at Seth Abramson, you can find it on X if you want to find this video. At Seth Abramson, we should all repost it, because apparently it's really weird when Republicans start lying or having those amnesia bouts that they so regularly have, right? And JD Vance sat there in the Oval Office and pretended that he had never heard the constant, never-ending thank yous of Zelensky, and we all have. I'm not going to play the whole video, but he said thank you over and over and over.
Я вдячний Сполученим Штатам за схвалення нового пакету підтримки України. Я вдячний народу Америки, всім нашим друзям в Конгресі, адміністрації за цю підтримку. I just want to thank for your support and support first of all for people. Ми поважаємо все, що Сполучені Штати Америки роблять для України. Хочемо подякувати за підтримку двопалатну, двопартійну, підтримку суспільства Сполучених Штатів.
So again, this is literally 5 minutes of Zelensky thanking the American people in all sorts of different languages. So I'm so glad I found that video, and I was looking for it hard, because I was like, I know someone's going to prove it wrong, because I know he has. It's ridiculous to say this man. And by the way, I don't even want to show, he did show up on Fox on Friday too, and still swallowed his pride. And of course he thanked the American people who he loves to thank, but he even thanked Trump. God, it's sickening at this point. Stop lying on people. Just because, the truth matters. That's all I'm going to say. Someone said I want to play one more Jasmine clip, because I just think it's important that I have just a couple clips I need to show you that are actually, I'm going to admit, 2 of these clips aren't in the outline, because the way the algorithm works on X, sometimes clips just pop up, and then if you're recording one clip, it just keeps recording. So I have where it came from, but it's not in the outline in the Discord. But I just want to show you some funny things that I find it funny that Elmo's own algorithm shows me this stuff. It's he is trying to spread all these lies, but then still his own algorithm betrays him and just shows things proving, well, not necessarily. I find hilarious. This is, and I saw this on TikTok too. Well, this video is from TikTok, but then I saw videos with hundreds of thousands of likes on TikTok. So Eminem, this is Eminem at a concert this weekend. Wait, oh, sorry.
I'm not about to stand up here and use this fucking stage for some kind of a platform to be all political and shit. And I don't want to cause any controversy, so I won't say no names. But this motherfucker Donald Trump, I can't stand. So, before we get into this next song, Ready, we would like to request something of you. When I say fuck, you say Trump. Fuck! Fuck! When I say fuck, you say Trump. Fuck! Fuck! Because he's got our country fucked up.
I'm just playing videos that I was shown through Elmo's algorithm on X. Don't be mad at me for whatever Elmo showed me, and then I accidentally screen recorded as it continued to play. And I just want to play another Jasmine video at that 2 more. I'm just saying that's not my fault. Blame that on Elmo. I did not even mean to record that. It just I was like, well, I guess this algorithm knows me well.
And unfortunately, he decided that he wanted to talk about his clothes. Now, maybe this is because Trump never wanted to go serve his country. And right now, the only service that he's giving to us is driving our country apart. But I'm sorry, when you're at war, you're not worried about your outfit. That is what we call a privilege, number one. Number two, to say, oh, what can you afford? Well, if he was walking around in the fanciest suits, I'm sure that they would accuse him of taking our dollars and spending it on his wardrobe and being more concerned about that. Listen, this is a no-win situation when you're walking in with someone who has decided that he is going to align himself with a dictating thug.
He explained to you a little more just briefly about that. And this is what I say for women like Nancy Mace and Margarine, Melting Butter Stick, Taylor Greene. You will never win. Oh, you think carrying water for the Republican Party is you winning? No. Like, they still mock you, right? They still think you're taking opportunities out of mediocre white men's hands. Like, as a woman, you're too tall, you're too short, you're too fat, you're too skinny, you're too smart, you're too dumb. Like, you're at home too much, you're in the club too much, you have too many children, you have too few. Like, there's no way to win. And and the reason I'm giving that analogy is that is the situation Zelensky walked into, right? If he had a suit on, then the narrative would have been, your people are starving. Why the are you, or Americans are giving you billions of dollars. Why are you in that expensive suit? How dare you have that suit on? Did our tax dollars pay for that? Right? And instead is, why don't you wear a suit? It's disrespectful. The goalposts are only one team, as Dr. Danny says, has goalposts. Don't ever forget it. You cannot mother effing win with pathological lying grifters, right? You can't win. Don't try. So if he had had a suit on, did our tax dollars pay for that, mother effer? If he came in a t-shirt, which Elmo looks like I don't even know what he looks. He looks awful every day, which apparently is fine. Right? There's no winning when only one team has goalposts. Like, don't ever forget it. Oh, and I need to show you a couple other. God, I have some funny things. Oh, okay, wait. Maybe I have 2 more things. I always forget the things I have to show you guys. Okay, I'm trying to think of the order. Okay. Let's watch Chris Murphy, because I think this is a long clip, but I do think it's important. Like, and it kind of sums up what will be happening tomorrow. Like what I was trying to talk about. Trump is going to address Congress, and I think a lot of Democrats are not going to go. right? And he, like, Sunday Morning Politics, he was on Dana Bash's show. This is 8 minutes. Like, at first I was only going to show like 2 clips of him, but then it's like every minute of Chris Murphy is good.
Etiquette, thank you so much for being here.
Sure.
What's your reaction to what you just heard from the president's national security advisor? Do you think there's hope of salvaging this relationship with Ukraine?
So it is absolutely shameful what is happening right now. The White House has become an arm of the Kremlin. Every single day you hear from the national security advisor, from the president of the United States, from his entire national security team, Kremlin talking points. For the last week, the White House has been pretending as if Ukraine started this war. That's essentially saying that Poland invaded Germany at the beginning of World War II. There are still facts in this world. And the fact is this. To rewrite history in order to sign a deal with Putin that hands Putin Ukraine. That is disastrous for U.S. national security. That means that China will be on the march. Putin may not stop. America may be at war with a nuclear power. And for what? For what? It appears as if America is trying to align itself with dictators, that Donald Trump wants us to have our closest relationships with despots all around the world, because that makes it easier for him to transition America into a kleptocratic oligarchy where Elon Musk and Donald Trump rule and steal from the American people. If we were allied with democracies, that would be harder. But if the United States' closest partner is Russia, then it makes it a lot easier for Donald Trump, Elon, and their billionaire pals to steal from the American people, to steal our data, to steal our Medicare, to steal our Medicaid in order to enrich themselves.
There was a lot there. Let me just go back to the notion of trying to end the war.
But nailed it. Come on. Nailed it. Thank you.
Is there a way to do that without negotiating with Vladimir Putin?
Listen, I have no problem with a diplomatic solution. What Zelensky asked, I thought very understandably in the White House, was a simple question. How are you going to trust Vladimir Putin when he has sat down at the negotiating table multiple times before and never honored the agreement? What Trump is suggesting is that there is going to be a ceasefire that will require Ukraine to withdraw from the front, which then allows Putin to just march straight into Ukraine. So all Zelensky asked yesterday was, how do you know that diplomacy will work? And because he had the audacity to ask that simple question, he was ushered out of the White House. Contracts were canceled to support Ukraine's electricity grid. And apparently the United States is going to do Putin's bidding and hand him Ukraine potentially without a negotiation now.
Sorry. I thought there was a puzzle piece coming up. So I wanted to pause really everyone can hear before I play this, because sometimes just making sure everyone can hear it before we continue.
One of the other senators, what he said right after the Oval Office meeting.
I have never been more proud of the president. I was very proud of J.D. Vance standing up for our country. We want to be helpful. What I saw in the Oval Office was disrespectful, and I don't know if we can ever do business with Zelensky again. He either needs...
You need to stop doing business with whoever's doing your Botox and filler, Lindsay. That's who you need to stop doing business with. You look on death's door. Like, is Lindsay okay? Why do I have these clips clipped out, but I just didn't even bother. But yeah, this is what Lindsay's looking like these days. And this is what fillers pumped into his face.
To resign and send somebody over that we can do business.
A couple things. One is I'm going to react to that, but also Senator Graham said that he was trying to help Zelensky before he went to the Oval Office, coaching him what to say, what not to say. Were you part of those conversations?
Well, I can't speak to every conversation that Senator Graham had, but yes, I met with President Zelensky that morning, and President Zelensky was ready to sign that minerals agreement, no matter how insufficient it was, but had an obligation to have a conversation with the President of the United States about the disaster that would be wrought for Ukraine if they signed an agreement that didn't have Zelensky at the table and trusted Vladimir Putin. Vladimir Putin is not to be trusted. And so Zelensky had an obligation to raise that issue. And Vance seized on that moment to start a litany of Russia-baked talking points about how weak the Ukrainian army was, about how corrupt the nation is. The back half of that meeting ended up just being the Kremlin literally driving the message of the White House. It is a sad day in America when we are getting closer and closer to Russia, a brutal dictatorship, and we're brutal dictatorship, and we're brutal dictatorship, and we're
Secretary of State Marco Rubio was there. He didn't participate in the conversation, but he was with the National Security Advisor when they asked Zelensky to leave the White House after that blow-up. And he has been very supportive of what happened in that meeting. You voted to approve his nomination.
Just say, if we all have one moment where, and I've said this many times, and Chris Murphy, we are all starting to love. He is a senator from Connecticut, if you don't know. But can I just say, this moment you're about to hear right here, if I didn't love Chris Murphy before and respect him for what he's doing, I do now. Like, say it. Say, we all thought, and I said on this live, Marco Rubio is actually qualified, technically qualified. He has the resume to be the Secretary of State. But she's asking him, hey, okay, you voted for Marco Rubio. That's one of the only people you voted for to confirm as in Trump's cabinet. Do you regret it?
Up, and he has been very supportive of what happened in that meeting. You voted to approve his nomination to be Secretary of State. You still think you made the right choice?
Nope, it was a mistake. It was a mistake. I think a lot of us thought that Marco Rubio was going to stand up to Donald Trump on an issue like this, that when Donald Trump... Let
me just tell you what he means. If you don't know the history of Marco Rubio, I could find you 1,000 clips of Marco Rubio saying the only thing that matters is us holding Ukraine, is standing up for Ukraine. Like, nobody, like, but I guess we should have known Lil Marco has no spine. We've seen him fold like a lawn chair before, but he's not an idiot. So yeah, like, I think that's the best thing to say is I regret my vote. Lil Marco is a goddamn embarrassment to himself and to this country.
Decided to align America with dictatorships. Again, in order to make it easier for him to steal from the American people, to turn America into an illiberal democracy in which, just like Russia, the oligarchs, the economically powerful people in America rule and the rest of us just feed the powerful. I thought when Donald Trump decided to do that, when Donald Trump would come to him and say, help me move America closer to Russia and to Russian values, Marco Rubio would stand up to him. Marco Rubio has not, and that's been a great disappointment to many of his former colleagues in the Senate.
You have been trying to lead your party, lead your colleagues in being aggressive and pushing back, as we've heard a lot this morning, against Donald Trump. You're skipping his joint address to Congress on Tuesday. You believe other Democrats, House and Senate Democrats, should do the same, and why?
Oh, I think every Democrat needs to make up their own mind. I think that State of the Union speech is going to be a farce. I think it's going to be a MAGA pep rally, not a serious talk to the nation. I think Donald Trump is going to spew a series of lies about his alignment with Russia, about what he's trying to do to allow Elon Musk to essentially monetize the American government to enrich Musk and his billionaire crowd. And I'm just not going to be a part of that. Listen, the case I'm making to Democrats is that we have to fight every single day. Every single day. Republicans flood the zone. Democrats have to flood the zone. They flood the zone with lies. We flood the zone with truth. We are going to stop this billionaire takeover of government. We are going to stop their destruction of democracy, which they have to do because what they are attempting to do, gut Medicaid in order to feed another set of tax cuts to Elon Musk and his billionaire friends. It's unpopular. We're going to stop that billionaire takeover, that destruction of our democracy, only by fighting them every single day. A lot of Democrats think maybe you should, fight every third day. You should reserve your power and jump out of the bushes at the right moment. I just think that we have to be on the offensive 24/7.
Senator.
When I say that I effing love this man, like, this is what it's going to take. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, we're going to have to be physically exhausted every day, explaining ourselves, fighting an uphill battle of educating literal idiots in cognitive dissonance. Right? And don't worry, the Republicans will help us by continuing to be horrible people who are stealing from us. But like, what Chris Murphy is doing is what all senators need to be doing, right? He has become not content creator, just exactly what Jasmine Crockett is doing, right? You're not just a senator who does work and goes home. Like, you also need to make 10 videos a day explaining what you're doing, explaining and how every single thing the right is doing is a lie, explaining how this is affecting people. And like, I understand this man probably has no time with his family, but that's what it takes, right? Like, that's what it takes for me every day. Pure exhaustion. Like, and that is like, leave it all on the field. And now I'll show you guys something funny, because that makes me want to cry again, because it is hard work, but that is literally what it's going to take. Like, the Oscars were, oops, I don't even know why that's happening.
I'm going to say one thing. Fuck Trump. It's no longer down with Trump. It's fuck Trump.
Just saying. I'm just showing you a clip of the Oscars. I'm just showing receipts of things. It has nothing to do with my opinions. I'm just showing things people said. That's what this is about. It's just showing words people said. I do appreciate Robert De Niro. And then I want to show you this last, because this, I don't know who this guy is, and I didn't know. People seem to know on X who he is. I don't know, but when somebody, I was just harping because it pissed me off so much about, and again, Jasmine was talking about it too, about what Zelensky was wearing. And I was saying, I saw people like misinterpreting who was saying. It wasn't JD Vance that was making fun of what Zelensky was wearing. It was Marjorie Taylor Greene's boyfriend. Sorry, that's not me. That's TikTok Studio. But anyways, so I'm just going to show you this clip, who was posted by like a supporter of Ukraine, but man, will this make you laugh.
This is a message for Brian Glenn, the old right-wing troll who asked Zelensky why he wasn't wearing a suit at the Oval Office ambush. Have you seen that video yet? No.
Why don't you wear a suit? Why don't you wear a suit? You're the highest level in this country's office, and you refuse to wear a suit. Just want to see if do you own a suit?
Yeah, problems.
A lot of Americans have problems with you not respecting.
I don't have such. I will wear a costume after this war will finish.
I agree with Zelensky. A suit is a costume, one that's made for a weak man who needs some gender affirmation. That necktie might as well be a dog leash the way that Trump is leading this puppy around. But Zelensky doesn't need a suit because he doesn't have a bunch of flabby flaps to cover up. He looks better in a t-shirt than you'll ever look in a suit. And he's an actual hero, something you'll never be. And of course you're dating Marjorie Taylor Greene. She can't get a real man because she looks like one. So you like a butch. I can see how that makes the strap-on more convincing. You can put a suit on a pig, but it's still a pig. Just look at Trump. Trump wears the same suit every day. I hear it smells like a combination of dirty diaper and pancake makeup. So why don't you just stop sucking up to Metamucil Mussolini? Although his hair is kind. The kind that grows around a dog's ass. A suit can cover up a wrinkly old body, but it can't save anybody's face. It looks like the crypt keeper fuck Granny Clampett. There's not enough Botox in the world to fix that shit. Yet you act like you think you're some kind of fashionista. All I see is an old leather handbag hiding behind a cheap polyester suit. Where was your criticism when Elon showed up in the Oval Office with a t-shirt and a bratty little snotty accessory wrapped around his neck? Let's face it, you're no reporter. You're just a Russian propagandist and a traitor, and all the suits in the world can't hide that shit. Here's a tip. You want to take a good selfie? Do it on a roller coaster going at 100 miles an hour. 3 words that best describe you are as follows, and I quote, crusty, musty, dusty. You and I are the same age. I've only got one question for you. What happened to you? Could it be the stress of the lawsuit that Fox News had to settle back in 2007 when you allegedly sexually harassed an Iranian reporter? Is there anyone in Trump's inner circle that doesn't harass women? This is a message.
I'm sorry. I didn't know who this guy was. Thank you to Elmo for the algorithm that he has going, because that's how I found this guy who I was like, I've never witnessed something. I was like, oh, I don't even know what to say after that. I'm like, I can't breathe. Like, that was like, oh man, it's just, thank God for people that just are speaking the truth. I mean, and that's why you shouldn't question what people are wearing unless you want someone to question what you're wearing. And the rest of your life and your face and everything else. You know what I'm saying? Like, how dare you? You're dating Marjorie Taylor Greene and you're questioning people's choices? Like, am I living in the same world as the rest of us? What, like, you want your choices questioned? I guess we'll call this man. But truly, imagine questioning Zelensky, a war here, a man leading a country through a war when your claim to fame is that you're effing Marjorie Taylor Greene. Like, give up. Like, sir, give up. You've lost before you started. Anyways, and I think I know I know who it is. I'm just saying, like, that is some savage. I don't even know what else to say, but man, did that several clips made my day today. But God, I love X because people can say there is a certain benefit to being on X, which is that I guess if we're letting schmazzies just run wild, then any of us could just say whatever cruel things we want, whenever we want. There's nothing anyone could ever do about it. And that is the beauty to X. Will not join X. I'm not asking any of you to. I'm just telling you it helps me find these types of videos and show them to you. This is the nicest video on X. Like, do you know, probably I find so many funny videos and I'm like, I can't show you this because I'll be kicked off TikTok. Like, I can't show you half of the funny things I find, but there are some people very angry at Trump and his band of idiots on X, and it is hilarious. They're doing good things. But no, I don't think anyone should jeopardize their mental health by being on X, because it's an ugly place. I'm already dead inside. I was dead by the time I was 10 years old, so it's fine. I'm doing fine there. Anyways, thank you. That's Monday. I think that's a good stopping point. We'll start tomorrow. But yeah, the most important thing to know is Trump is going to address I assume at night, early, early evening Eastern time, will address joint Congress, so Senate and the House, and was invited by stupid, John Thune and Mike Johnson. So I think Chris, most people I've heard, and I said this earlier in case you missed it, most Democrats, I think, are not attending, and they're going, some even are going home, and they're going to have trying to think of the word. They're trying to have town halls in their local districts to address the Medicaid cuts and things. So we won't have clips of all of this until Wednesday. And just a reminder, Tuesday is the only day I don't do the people's receipts. I do the broadcast where I have if you haven't met Dr. Danielle, she's absolutely amazing. We have a doctor and me and potty mouth Pollyanna, and we just talk about how policies are killing, like conservative policies are hurting women and children and things of that nature. So that starts a little bit earlier. It's 10 a.m. Pacific, 1 p.m. Eastern on Tuesdays. Join us if you want to. And if it ends early enough, then maybe I'll debate with Pickles. I'll let you guys know in real time. Thank you so much for your support today. I love you all. I shall see you tomorrow again and then the People's Receipts again on Wednesday at 11:30 Pacific, 2:30 Eastern. You guys are amazing. I know. I'm sorry I didn't say that. Thank you so much for 822K. You guys are amazing. It makes me, I don't know. It's hard for, like, I'm not going to get weird, but I love you guys. Thank you so much for all of your support. You don't know what it means to me. And I love the community we're building. If you're not in the Discord, make sure you join it. Thank you guys so much. Seabass, love you. Have a great day. See you later. Oh, wait, should we raid someone? Is Pickles live? Who's live? Who is live? I have to go on TikTok. I'm not in TikTok. I'm in TikTok Studio, so I can't see who's live from me. Oh, Pickles is live. Let's raid Pickles. Tell Pickles I love him. Tell Pickles I love him. I will see you guys later. See you guys later, Gators.